That's awesome, Adam.
Alright, what's that? If everything sounds fine, then... Alright, just, yeah, give a countdown. Alright. I'll start the game in 3, 2, 1, go. So, welcome everyone to KH2-J, the Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts 2. If you don't know what KH2-J stands for, it stands for Kingdom Hearts 2 Japanese. And this is the version of Kingdom Hearts 2 that the Japanese, that the people of Japan got. That is before Final Mix and before the Kingdom Hearts 2 release that the rest of the world got. Liquid, you have anything to input on this this section of the game?
Well, should we explain what All Worlds is?
Yeah.
All Worlds is pretty much completing every single world. Usually, in a normal run, we would skip all of Pride Lands, Atlantica, Pre-Storybook, and one visit to Space Paranoids and Olympus. In this run, we do all of those.
Nice drop air combo there, Roxas. And yeah, so basically I'm playing as Roxas as you would normally do at the start of the game here. And right now we are fighting Cypher. Oh. Well, okay. Normally in this fight, Cypher loves to jump back a lot. As with the little tutorial section that gives you the combos. I'm really screwing this fight up badly here. However, there's always the smallest chance that, like in English and in 2FM, he will actually stay there and taunt you with his whatever blocking attack, or I have honestly no idea what that is. So this is gonna be fun. And well, yeah, as you can see, with the weapons at the start of the game, we always choose the regular struggle bat, which would represent the sword, because it gives +1 strength, which is needed throughout the game, as opposed to defense or magic, because we don't have those yet.
Yeah, we pick up the strength struggle bat in every single version of Kingdom Hearts 2. It's so much more useful than all the others.
Yep. Strength is a very important attribute for Kingdom Hearts 2 in every iteration. What makes this version so different from the... Thanks for whipping the air combos, Roxas. Yeah. This version is very fun with Roxas section. If you thought Roxas was the Whiff King before, oh god, he is like the Whiff Master in this game. He is the Whiff Master General. Oh boy. So yeah, what makes this game... there are a lot of different aspects of this game which make it a completely different category to the English version and the Final Mix version. Which would feature different AI, slightly different damage on the magic. What else? There are different animations that play for both the enemies and Sora. I can't think of much else off the top of my head until I get to it. Is there anything else that's different that we can confirm, Liquid?
You said reflect damage, didn't you?
I just said magic in general, but yeah, in this version of the game, reflect, it's something, it doesn't really do that much damage. It does basically chip damage in this version of the game. However, they beefed it right up in every other version of the game.
Yeah, in this game, Reflect doesn't exactly have a finisher that does a lot of damage. It's like an extra HP compared to all the other hits.
Yep. At most, it would do, I want to say, 3 points of damage as its little finishing move, compared to like
Yeah,
the
that sounds about
significant
right.
amount of damage that it does in English and 2FM.
Oh, and Solo Trinity
Doesn't
is
usually
absolutely
long.
disgusting in this game.
Oh yeah, the fun with Solar Trinity. Solar Trinity in this game works very, very differently damage-wise compared to Kingdom Hearts 2 English and Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. While, like in the hits leading up, in the 9 or 10 hits leading up to the finishing move, it will do literally chip damage, so 1 hit point of damage on the enemy. Or whatever enemy you use it on. However, it's the finishing move on that, or the break move, will do a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, it's sort of debatable with the FM version of Solo Trinity stronger than the J version.
Yeah. Like, I've been told there is very little difference, but they basically output the same amount of damage. So yeah, this is still Rox's section as normal. We play through, we skip the cutscenes, we get the tutorial messages that I can't read because I actually don't know Japanese. But I still play this game because reasons. And right now, this fight coming up is the Twilight Thorn fight. You should know the strat better than I do, Liquid, because you're always resetting here.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to go there.
That was uncalled for.
I'm sorry. You can get me back later.
Basically, the idea with no, I don't care. The idea for Twilight Thorn is that normally what would happen is there's a bunch of thorns that sort of spin around his head and knock Roxas away a lot. But for some reason, on the inside of his head, it's closer to the center. The only thorns that will spawn will actually be a lot of them surrounding his head, and you have a lot of time to get away from those, so... Excuse me. What you can do is you can time combos pretty specifically, and then get away from the thorns at the right time, and then time combos again, and this allows you to beat Twilight Thorn incredibly quickly without being knocked away at all.
Yep. And which is...
some sort of... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the creepers are slightly magical in this fight.
The creepers sort of have an impact on how it goes if Roxas wants to hit them or not with the finisher.
Yep. Also, when they choose to use their little sword move. As you can see again, Sora the whip... What am I saying? Sora? I'm watching one.
Sora.
Sora a Whip King in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 1.5, and now Roxas is the Whip Master General in this fight. As you can see, I'm being
Too strong.
Alright. That's good. I hope.
As you said,
I managed to... Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you... It's all good.
Damo is around there. Around Twilight Thorn's head. This also allows him to be able to avoid all the attacks without really having to move very far away.
But as you can see right near the end, unless a creeper decides to do its sword attacking move, which you can block, it doesn't work as well. Because I'll be hit out of it.
Yeah, so it screws up the entire fight.
Yeah. Largely, this part of the game, in particular, is pretty much the same as it would be in English, with very minor differences. Like, the only differences I can think of would be how Cypher reacts at the start of the game, and how the enemies in RNG, how the enemies move and how the RNG is affected. Thanks, Dana. I had no idea he could do that. Do you have any idea? Yeah, he only did one. I don't think I was close enough. My fault entirely. So this is going to be very simple.
Hey, for some reason, sometimes Hayden would just do one random hit. No one knows why it happened.
This is horrible.
It's just kind of unfortunate.
That is incredibly bad. I think I even practiced this fight a lot. But yeah, that can happen, and Heina can be an incredible jerk if something just does not go right. Like, you're not close enough to him to finish the combo, or he decides to just break out and use his magical draw abilities to pick up all the orbs. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in this fight.
Yeah, Hayden sort of doesn't work.
Yep. 3.
And the way this fight works is that we sort of time combos pretty specifically so that we can get the user back at the right time, which allows us enough time to get off the guard and be able to do more combos really quickly.
Yeah. I've been told that before we used to use this strat that, I want to say it was a user by the name of Ahiron who found this strat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That it was entirely luck based, whether we would pick up the orbs on time with like some time to spare or not. It was literally like mash combos and hope for the best. Or try to get him, and then it evolved into try and get him into a corner. Yeah. And here we have
this dust fight can really waste you a lot of time if you get unlucky enough.
Or Roxas is the Whip Master General, like he was.
Finish a combo.
There we go, good fight.
Essentially the same way as Phoebe does. We sort of time the combos correctly.
And try not to block his attack with one of our own to parry him.
Oh yeah, I hate that right at the start.
It is helpful in staggering him, however it costs some time. If it happens.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying to deal with the fight after that.
Yep. So right now I am starting the last fight in the struggle series here that we have, which is the center fight.
Hardest boss in the game.
Yep. And what I like to do, because I don't think it's possible for him to kill you in beginner mode for Kingdom Hearts 2-J or Kingdom Hearts 2 English, but if he does, it would be considered extremely lucky. So we just sort of waste this minute. Yeah. So we just sort of waste this minute here, and what I like to do is just go into first person view mode and use the lock-in. If it's considered a draw, which this will be, it'll still say that you lose the fight. So there's not much worry for me doing this. I'll see if we can do that.
Yeah, we lose the sensor to get the medal. The medal gives us +1 strength, which we keep equipped for either most of the game or the entire game. I can't exactly remember for J.
Yeah, still, it's equipped
And
for
that's
the
a
entire
lot more
game.
for the entire game. Yeah.
Yep.
That's much more useful for J because that's just much more useful for every KH game actually because the strength allows you to get through enemies ridiculously quickly, especially in beginning game.
Yep. It is extremely useful, as opposed to the Champion's Belt, which you would get if you beat Setzer, which most people would have gotten casually.
Yeah,
which only gives you
just gives
10%
20%
buffs to
defense on each element.
autos, 10% for each element
10%?
outside
I
of.
can't exactly remember.
I believe it's 10% for each element outside of the darkness one. I remember looking at the stats
Okay.
a while back. And yeah, it only provides resistances, I believe. No actual defense point. And what I've done there is just equip the medal itself, so I have an extra point of strength just before I start the rest of these 7 Wonders of Twilight Town.
There's nothing really major that happens in the 7 Wonders that is really time costing except for VV clones.
Well, there's always the small chance that you accidentally mess up balls.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate when that happens.
Yep.
And when you mess it up, it just costs the most time ever.
Alright, and coming up here is the VV clones, obviously, and do you want to explain that, Liquid?
Sure, I'll do that. Basically the way VV clones work is they'll spawn in a random pattern. The first 3 will always spawn in the exact same spot, and if you stand still, they'll jump to the same spot, which is right next to Roxas. Conveniently enough, that this is a perfect spot to do the strat that Negra's doing, which lines all of them up perfectly. Sometimes you get lucky enough to kill a full combo, but
These are, I'd say these are average VV clones.
yeah,
And each one will give you 1 point of experience. And as I can see up in the corner, I'm doing actually very well in experience. I did not realize this, but I managed to kill 2 creepers during the Twilight Dawn fight. And you will, as we learn further into this game, experience is a very big issue in this version of the game, especially during beginning game.
Yeah, because of a specific fight, which we'll get to a bit later.
Yep. Again, largely, this section of the game is, again, very, very similar to the English version.
Yeah, oh yeah. Sing, tap, oh yeah. Tap, tap,
How did you?
tap, tap, oh yeah. Yeah, tap.
Yeah. I have no idea how I broke out there, but just take this on that and I'll move on. But yeah, as you can see, I did not go for the other 2 air combo hits there, because most of the time I've gone for that, even during practice. Sora, I keep saying Sora. Roxas really, really loves to not connect his hits.
I don't even go for that when I do runs. It's an awful strat to do.
Yeah, he likes to hit the enemies way above their heads and not even actually damage them, which is always fun. And yeah, this is basically the 5th wonder of Twilight Town, I believe. Yeah,
think so, yeah.
Yeah, where it's just the
Yeah,
just, yeah.
the bag and then the mystery train and then the mansion.
Yeah. And again, these are all still fairly simple, and one of the differences for this and English, but it's changed back to FM, is the icon up in the top left, which you've just seen, for the bag. In the Japanese versions, it will just say the letters UMA, or UMA. I actually have no idea.
It stands for unidentified moving something. I can't remember the last word.
I honestly thought it was about to stand for unidentified magical animal. And I'm sticking to that, because I think it's way more interesting. However, that name
That
is
definitely sounds
changed. It is changed in the English version to... I can't quite remember. I actually haven't paid attention to that for a bit. There. And now we're off on our way to the mansion. Just for the cutscene, we get to explore Twilight Town for a bit while I'm skateboarding. And do some Tony Hawk Pro Skater moves. Just for style. It's actually, I think it's 2 to 3 seconds slower if you choose to grind on that rail over there. But I just like to do it because...
2 seconds.
Yeah. I like to do it just because it's fun. There we go. Here we are, the final day of the Roxas section. And with this, we just basically walk around a Twilight Town with no Twilight Town music, getting to fight nobodies. Okay, these nobodies are easy to take down, as long as your hits connect, and if Roxas chooses to jump or not. However, there was a recent strat found a few months back to deal with the assassin fairly quickly. We used to just do 2 full air combos on him, which after the first one it would just knock him back, and some of the time Roxas would often whiff the hit and not connect into the second combo, which would waste time and more often than not would cause the assassin to come out of the ground and commit Sudoku, thereby losing 15 points of experience, which is bad for all versions of the game.
See.
I clearly know my way around this game. I was just running into that wall for reasons.
Nice.
I mean, trees.
Yeah, nothing really happens here until
It's just
you get to the next dusk fight.
a lot of walking around. Walking around, dodging all these creepers and other nobodies that try to attack me.
Kind of unfortunate this
Yeah.
first section of the game is just a little bit on the slow side. It starts to speed up around LOD and
Yeah.
Olympus, fortunately.
Yeah. We try to get through this with all our strats as fast as possible. However, RNG can mess us up and cause us to lose a whole lot of time otherwise, which is always unfortunate.
So what you'll see Damo doing on this fight is he'll be doing 2 hits and then 1 hit and then a full combo.
On the first
So
nobody.
just to make sure that none of the dusts and none of the assassins fly away with the combo. You can just kill them with the finisher.
Okay.
It's pretty nice.
There we go. Yeah. Unfortunately, that one nobody, or the one dust, chose to do a lot of his grand attacks, and I reacted to them badly. However, it is also possible to kill the first nobody with the regular 2 hits and then a combo. If you manage to kill 2 creepers during the Twilight Dawn fight, yeah, you can. And we do the, and this is the action fight.
Yeah, the way Axel 2 works is that we... Sorry.
No, I was letting you explain it.
The way Axel 2 works is that we do enough hits on him, so after we do the air combos, he actually just automatically goes into the air. And this makes him come out of the wall and do the reaction command, which does an absurd amount of damage, even more in Final Mix. And then we can just kill him with another 2 combos and then another reaction command, and it makes it incredibly fast.
Yeah. However, sometimes there's not enough damage output from either one of the reaction commands, which would cause us, or our hits in general, which would cause us to have to do another combo before Axel 2 there DMs.
Yeah, it's really random how much damage the the reaction command on Axel actually does.
Yeah.
Really weird.
But it's good for us, and as long as we don't finish the rest of that reaction command, which would be Clearing Light, I believe is his English name.
I think that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
Clear Light.
Yeah. And so that menu there, basically what I did was go into the configuration menu to turn off all summon animations, where that would normally play if you didn't mess with it, and they would always be the full animations. The middle setting for that would be, well, they'd only play only the first time that you summon, only the first time after you summon an ally.
You want me to explain this fight? Alright, so Station Fight is normally a minute 30 long. In Japanese it lasts 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
It can last for longer, but only if you actually literally sit there and do nothing as Sora.
yeah, the goal of that whole Station Fight is to kill 1 Dusk, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you're so struck for experience in Japanese, especially for beginning game.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because that is a lot of experience missed. However, what is assumed is
Almost
that
2 whole levels.
yeah. Is that it's basically assumed that you'd be killing all the nobodies on your way to each new cutscene and area. However, in a speedrun, we do not do that. We skip all that. And here we have the first shadow fight here, and because we are under level, say I'm just reaching level 4 now. These Heartless take longer these Shadow Heartless here take longer to kill. So, for a lot of the beginning game, it's heavily reliant on your allies to cause a whole lot of damage. Especially Donald here, who uses one of his abilities called Donald Thunder. And that is generally enough to kill any of the shadows in just one hit.
Yeah, Donald's Thunder is really, really powerful. Even at a lower level, it just one-shot a lot of enemies in the beginning game.
So right now we're just going through Jens's tower and they're getting trolled by some shadow harmers here. And going into the ground.
Yeah, shadows are really cool.
And my ally, well, Donald here was running out of MP, so he chose to use less of it. Although Grizzly had a whole bunch they could have used. So yeah, any kill on the stairs here is greatly appreciated from Donald Thunder. As I'll take all the extra points of experience I can get right now. Yeah, that can sometimes happen with the new variety of heartless here, which are called soldiers. And just like in the first game, they can use a variety of moves, like jumping and spinning fly kick you in the face, or a new reaction command called Cyclone, which does cause a massive amount of damage and generally allows them to be killed in one hit. And yeah, because I'm short on experience, it's generally accepted to kill that soldier, one of the soldiers on the stairs there, just to reach the next level, which provides, I believe, a strength boost and an extra AP boost. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I jumped in. And yeah. Well, it's like, because of the Ducks fight in Twilight Town there, like, while it is quicker to go, to end the fight in 10 seconds, it does, butcher us for most of the beginning game here, on strength and levels.
Yeah, it sort of gradually, English sort of gradually catches up after a while.
Yeah.
But it still ends up being a lot faster than English. Like, I'm pretty sure the record is about a minute faster than the English record.
And as you can see there, that was us getting a second Keyblade and Valor Form, which is the primary form of movements in this game. We're using that a lot.
Yeah, you'll see Valor Form being used a lot around the whole game because it's just such an optimal form to travel even like short distances in. Yeah. It's just incredibly fast.
And that jump you just saw me do there is actually pretty difficult to do. I think it has a name, but I forgot it.
It's just called box jump.
Just box jump.
Yeah.
As you can see, I won't be doing nearly as much damage as I would be in this fight normally if I was playing English. So what I try to do instead is just go for a maximum number of hits instead.
Yeah, because that levels up Valor Form a lot faster. Which you need a bit later for the you don't really need it for the yeah, you do need it for the MCP fight, never mind. Yeah, you need Valor level 3 for the MCP fight, because that fight is a long fight, and 2 Keyblades, it makes it go a lot faster.
Yeah.
So,
the damage, in reaction commands in a dry form, the strength of the 2 Keyblades will stack. And I think I believe both Keyblades' abilities stack as well during the reaction command.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they do on English at least. I think they do on Japanese as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of unknown mysteries with the Japanese version here. And here we come to the Bailey fight, and as you can see, with my experience here, it takes longer to kill all these dusks. It would take 2 full combos to kill each of these dusks. And Leon doesn't provide much of
There's, I'm pretty sure, like 4 or 5 waves of nobody can see on here. Second wave and the third wave spawn samurais. You want to sort of bait out the RCs, but unfortunately sometimes Leon or the security system will hit the right wave at a bad time.
Yeah, and that is very bad for the Japanese version. We got the wrong way. And yeah, what you want to try and do is kill the samurais with the other nobodies, which in this case would be the creepers at the door there, at the same time, because of the reaction commanding. So I have to prioritize which nobodies I want to kill because they're slightly linked. Yeah, as you can see, Leon is a party member and is the only party member in this fight. But if something but he tends to like attacking the samurais, or if something really goes wrong, he always starts using a fireball on a dusk or a samurai at the other end of the room, which is really bad because you have to waste time chasing it.
Leon seems pretty determined to want to hit the samurais and just attack the dusk with a fireball.
Yeah. Which is why I tend to try and lead the nobodies towards the front end, and Leon normally comes running after them. Alright, I'm now entering the first Gummy mission, which is towards Land of Dragons. This will be a good time for any donations. To be read?
We don't have any donations, but I can say some donations instead of mainly the main thing that's coming up is to fight Sevra near the end of the run. We still need $45 towards that, so get to donating. We also have Ace's Puppet Show, that is an event that will be seen near the end of the run or in between runs to fill time. Secondly, we have Kiwi's drawings. These are drawings done by Kiwi Justice, and you will get a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice. You must donate $50 total throughout the run, and this will not be split between multiple people. And finally, we have TehRizzle's Facecam for singing Cyberman. This is the bidding war to have TehRizzle use Facecam with that of his KH2-J 80% run, or Cyberman to sing during his recoded 80% run.
And all these donations are going towards helping various members of the Kingdom Hearts speedrunning community to make it to AGDQ, which is also getting done quick. It is the largest speedrunning, it is the largest and the main speedrunning marathon. Out of this. Not all of us can be as good as BB at this.
Here, I'll just quickly.
Thank you.
Again, our KH community members in AGDQ. AGDQ, which stands for Awesome Games Done Quick, is the largest gaming charity marathon, and after around 3 long years, KH is finally back in. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show the AGDQ organizers that the KH community is growing and is very hype and should definitely be considered for a repeat run in the future.
Yep, like I said, I am incredibly bad doing something like that, so I should never do it again.
something interesting you'll find on the gummy ships, all the gummy ship missions in the game, is that Damo won't really shoot anything unless he has to. This is because at the end of each gummy mission, a text screen scrolls by. An X screen takes about 2 to 3 seconds. And to get those screens, you need to have a certain number of points or a certain medal level, so we try to shoot as little things as possible to avoid getting that and save more time.
Yeah. Normally it's just blueprints for different gummy ships, especially if you choose to destroy the special gummy enemies, which are colored bright red or gold, and they will give you gummy ship parts, which counts towards the total percentage that the game tracks. So we try to, so I won't shoot very little enemies to avoid that. Okay. The menu there is still practically the same as it would be in English, which is to unequip guard and equip aerial recovery and combo boost, which is the main ability that would allow me to output the most damage on the ground.
Yeah, most of this world is just getting really good luck. It's not very... It's kind of hard to this world to do consistently because it's just a lot of shadows and assault riders.
Oh god. And the Nightwalker here is just destroying things. But yeah, that tends to happen if you stray too far away from certain from all the Heartless. Your allies will follow you and not attack any of the other surrounding Heartless. Fortunately, the shadows do try to follow you when they go underground. They're not always.
Yeah, ping doesn't really do much in Land of Dragons, especially in the first part. Second part where it actually becomes really, really noticeable with the Kill Limit Red Rocket.
And yeah, that's normally how this goes. But you generally, you want to generally attack the Nightwalkers first, because they are often an annoyance and would cause the most damage to you. And when there are none spawned, you would just attack the shadows, and they tend to like to go underground a lot. And again, it makes itself very well known because you're missing so much experience in this early section of the game here. It takes longer to kill the Nightwalkers. It takes more hits to kill them. And yeah, these enemies here are the Assault Riders, and I'm sure they cause a lot of pain and casualty for anyone playing Kingdom Hearts 2 here. I know they did for me, until I learned how to deal with them properly.
Yeah, Nightwalkers is one of the worst enemies to deal with casually.
The Centaurs, they're... Again, these are still largely the same missions that you have to deal with as you would in Kingdom Hearts 2 English, with a slight strength difference. And for some reason, that shadow was invisible underground, and that does happen. That does happen if, especially in this version, if you kill the first Heartless, which spawns in the corner over there, quick enough. if Sora chooses to land on the ground too quick. So, do you want to explain the mountain climb that's coming up?
Sure. Basically the way mountain climb works is you kill just the first wave normally as you were intended to, and then you sort of skip the whole second wave after a while. Well, not after a while. As soon as the Nightwalkers spawn, you go into Valor to stun them.
Making sure
And then you just jump
Ping isn't anywhere nearby them.
Yeah, make sure Ping isn't anywhere nearby because if it's them, they'll retaliate time and mess it up. But when the Nightwalkers retaliate, they'll attack with sort of this spinning attack. It's kind of hard to describe. And all you have to do is jump over it to avoid it, and you can break through a second rock wall really quickly and skip pretty much a whole wave.
As long as there are, for some reason, as long as there are 3 enemies on screen and they stay on screen, the Assault Rider right at the end there will not spawn. However, it seems 2 of the Nightwalkers got too far away and despawned, which is not normally a problem with Valor because you move quick enough to get to the last rock wall and are able to start the combo to destroy it, and it will still stagger.
Nightwalkers just lost.
No.
Sorry.
It'll still, and the hits from the rock wall, will slightly stagger him long enough for you to get the last combo off normally.
Yeah, most of the time, the Nightwalkers will just despawn late enough where the Assault Rider spawns a lot later and allows enough time to get through the rock wall. Now, TehRizzle is kind of an interesting fight. There are a lot of shadows in cave battle, as you can see at the moment. There's 2 waves of them. Really, shadows just end up doing whatever they feel like, and there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah. I found they're slightly more aggressive in this version of the game, I believe.
Sometimes you just get super comboed by the shadows over and over again.
That's bad. That was bad for the Assault Rider.
Oh,
Yeah. So yeah, these Assault Riders are very annoying enemies, like even casually. However, there is a very easy way to deal with them if you know how, and that's to, after dodging any of their attacks, you do a full combo, and then if you're quick enough and close enough to them, they stay staggered long enough for you to get a second combo up, which would then knock them down into this sitting pose and allow you to do a few more hits before they get back up. And that's generally how the community found an easy and quick way to deal with them. And it's not really the damage output is still the same even on the Japanese version here, despite the missing levels and strength. Which is really nice, I find.
Yeah, you'll see coming up on this fight that this is incredibly important for experience and money.
Yeah, I want to get a lot of kills here.
Yeah, pretty much the idea is get a lot of kills for a lot of experience and money. And it's more important on Japanese than it is in English, because of obviously the idea of the stakes of fight being 10 seconds.
And as you can see from the flash of my menu there, I actually am really short on experience because normally on English you have enough AP to equip all of the abilities shown on the screen, which would be like quick guard, slide dash, and scan. However, in Japanese you don't have enough AP for that. So I choose to forgo scan in place of slide dash and guard instead. That's not that much of a problem because I can equip scan right after this fight. As you can see there, because of the auto menu, which tells you that Ping has now transformed back into Mulan, and now Ping, or Mulan as they now know, gains a whole bunch of abilities which are very, very useful, and now she actually does stuff. And it is very...
In that menu that Damo actually set Mulan to party attack, sets the AI of Mulan to attack things that Sora aren't attacking, and that's really useful for stuff like the Shang-Yu fight so that the gate doesn't get destroyed. Although if you saw Riz's run earlier, you probably saw the very low chance of that happening.
Yeah.
And it also helps on the palace fight if you're using Power Form, because things are all... Oh, yeah.
And as I'm doing here, Mulan, like, with Mulan getting a whole bunch of abilities, one of those is a limit, which is actually the first limit of the game, and that is, which is not Orange Bushido. And that was carefully misinformed here. And yeah, like so basically, like going down that mountain, there was a small debate on what would be the fastest way to actually get down that mountain. So we had to figure out a whole bunch of techniques, which are really silly at a lot of points, but they generally just involved like using Valor and then hoping for the best in this square fight here. Until one day, who was it? Was it the Rixer? Who found out that if you just use Mulan's limit, you could. Yeah.
Really sure who found that out.
I believe it was the Rixer and Takafai, or something like that, who found out that you can move, that you could like generally like move pretty quickly while using Mulan's limit. And if you stopped it right at the end of the loading zone into the next place, you would just load straight into the next area.
Yeah, and this pretty much saves a lot of time on all types of palace fights, unless you like get the worst one ever.
Again, the strats are still generally the same. For English as well, which I want to do a lot of beginning damage with Valor Form, and so he gets into his next phase. Which is this. Okay. Yeah, so that way I can quickly finish him off with Slide Dash and Ground Combos. And because I've got Combo Boost equipped as well, you'd still do enough damage to take out Shan-Yu. There was always the problem of his bird, which tends to fly around and likes to strike you, which is also another reason why setting Mulan to party attack is very useful. Mulan can use one of her abilities to instantly attack the bird, Shan-Yu's Hawk or Falcon. I actually don't know which one it is, to keep it off of you.
Yeah, this next world is where it's where you start seeing some differences. Is towards the end of this world when we unlock Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity is very, again, as I said earlier, is a very special limit in this version of the game.
More specifically.
Oh yeah, but we're not going to spoil it just yet. Yeah, as you can see here, I won't kill enemies that I don't have to. However, I will shoot one of these enemies to keep my health up, because you can die very easily in this game, no matter what version of the game.
Yeah, I've lost a couple runs. gummy mission because I wasn't paying attention.
It's very possible if you're very if you are really good at this game to not have to dodge like all of the like cannons that I'm shooting up here, like all of their shots. But I actually don't want to take that chance.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone get 0 on this gummy mission.
No. The lowest score I've actually seen for this gummy mission is 12,000. Or no,
Yes.
1,200. So yeah, you want to destroy these cannons because they will utterly destroy you otherwise. However, the giant cutlass-based cannonballs, if you destroy them, they'll give you a whole bunch of health. Which is always nice, as well as the ghosts. Okay, this will be the only time. This will be one of the few times where I'm actually killing enemies on the competition. Very possible to do in this gummy ship mission is to like actually take down the face of the ship, even with a low level gummy ship such as this. I've managed to do it on a lot of things, and I'm going to see if I can do it again. It doesn't actually waste any time if I do manage to like destroy that and collect the gummy ship piece which will come out of the ship, because I won't be unlucky. It won't be enough going pieces to unlock another gummy ship footprint, and I actually did manage to destroy the ship. Nice.
Nice, dude.
Yeah. It's actually pretty difficult to build with this ship, to be honest, and I made it look so easy.
Yeah, it is really difficult.
Yeah.
You don't have very much of a window.
Yeah. It's just something I like to do on my runs. Actually, have a good attempt at it. Oh yeah. Donate now if you want to get really hype and watch me fight Sephiroth during this run. The Japanese version of Sephiroth. He sounds very, very cool. And he's also very, very difficult. But I'm confident I can beat him.
Now, this to me is probably the worst world in the game, just because there's so much shit out of your control. Like, everything in this world has the potential to screw you over and kill your run.
Yep. A lot of the RNG, which, if you don't know, stands for Random Number Generator, and that tends to dictate what, like, anything that happens in the game that that the player would generally have no control over. So that would affect the placement where the boulders fall, how the enemies which attack the enemies decide to use, how bosses will react, how even with your party members' AI, like how often they do their attacks as well. It is a very magical thing that the community both loves and hates all at the same time. So yeah, one of the reasons a lot of us runners tend to dislike this world is that it takes a long time to move through it and to go through each fight and place in the world, because as you can see on my drive gauge, it has a lot of chains on it and is left completely blank. which means I can't use any dry forms for a lot of this world.
Yeah, that makes movement in this world incredibly slow, because you have no Valor form.
So to make up for this, we try to use one of our abilities, which is Slide Dash, to speed things up whenever there are enemies on screen. And that helps somewhat. Story-wise, there is a very good reason why we are not allowed to use dry forms, but I'm too busy skipping cutscenes to actually notice that. So as you can see here, this is the Hades escape.
Do you want me to explain how this works?
Yes, please.
Alright, so right here, what you'll see Damo do in this menu is he'll customize a lot of stuff in the customize menu just to his preference. One thing that is a necessity to customize is ethers, because you need them for a couple of fights a bit later, more specifically just Hydra. You saw that he took off Orin's auto limit. Now what auto limit does is that if Orin is close enough to you, he will... What will happen is
a reaction command
limit will show up.
will come up that will activate the Bushido limit.
Yeah, and that can really screw the fight over if it comes up to the match time trying to get some sort of back cry or a lance tug. So he takes it off just for safety. Some people decide to take it off, some people don't.
It is just personal preference whether you take it off or not. Me personally, I like to take it off. And all the while Hades is invincible and always chucking fireballs at you. And that is very annoying because they like to hit you. So what we want to try and do is just destroy the enemies as fast as possible to get out of this world. Get out of this section here.
Doesn't whack you with a fireball or something.
As you can see, limits at the start of the game, especially, like, they are extremely powerful. But that's slightly changed up in English and in Final Mix. And yeah, they're ready to escape. But yeah, limits, they will be used a lot during the run here. Because they are supremely powerful to use and cause a lot of damage to enemies like throughout the game. Sorry. Yeah. So coming up now is the Cerberus fight. Did you want to explain that? Yeah. You love Cerberus fight?
Alright. Well, Cerberus is basically a fight where Cerberus does whatever he wants because Cerberus wants to. That's the best way to describe it. It's not more the fact that you lose time on this, like a lot of time on this fight, it's just more the fact that what he does can just be really annoying.
Yeah.
The first phase is really just getting in a lot of hits and hope he doesn't jump around or spin around or anything.
Yeah.
And then the second phase, what will happen is Cerberus will shoot up, bounce a bunch of dark balls, and during that phase, Damo will Bushido, and this makes him be invincible and allowing him to get hits at the same time and dealing a lot of damage. And then the final phase is just the reaction command and then killing Cerberus.
This fight is definitely faster in the Final Mix version of this game because you just die and use Mickey. You can use Mickey and Mickey's Pearl to do a significant amount of damage. However, in both KH2-J and in English, Mickey does not do that much damage, and it is actually very slow to die and use Mickey,
Yeah.
which is very unfortunate. I remember testing this. Yep. I remember testing this, and it turns out it was even if you set it up right, it tends to be 10 seconds slower than if you just attack it.
Oh, quickly. Sorry, a few seconds ago, the Damo did the Bushido near sort of the stair area. When you do Bushido near the stairs, sometimes, well, not sometimes, for some reason it will just, the Bushido will do, like, no damage, and it's really dumb. No one knows what causes it. So we try to sort of, like, keep Cerberus away from there as much as possible.
I believe it's because of the attacking hitboxes, like they're slightly raised where Cerberus head is, and so it just whips and doesn't hit Cerberus properly. And yeah, as you can see, the strength factor with my low level comes back into play, where I don't have enough strength to get through the fight as quick as I would on English.
Yeah, normally you're level
sad.
13 by now.
Yeah. So with that, Cerberus is done, and we get to journey to a very familiar place, which is Olympus, and the Colosseum, the actual Colosseum itself. Hooray!
Also, this is the only part of the world which you can actually go Valor in, until you get the...
Till you get a specific
Olympus
item.
Stone.
Yeah, the Olympus Stone, which isn't for another 5 minutes, I think.
5-7 minutes or something, I'm not really sure.
Yeah. I
Would you be able
chose.
to quickly
Go
read
for it.
off a donation while you're doing earns?
Go for it.
Okay. We got a $5 donation from Jeff Hobson. He says, put this towards Sephiroth for this run. I'll donate another 10 to complete the incentive if someone donates the other 36. So, get your donations in.
Get donations in, guys.
Get hype, get those donations coming. If you want to see Sephiroth and beat up his Japanese counterpart.
Wow, those are really good earns.
Yeah. It's actually the best one I've ever had. Surprisingly. Okay, again, not much to this, you just wanna
after a while, after a certain amount of time, the gun will spawn.
And to make it spawn faster, you want to destroy a lot of urns, and I'm not really getting a lot of urns destroyed here, so yeah, as you can see, which is unfortunate. If you destroy a lot of urns, and there's only, say, about, I think, about 6 to 8 on screen, the big urn will spawn, and if you destroy that and hit it will spawn larger orbs, which are worth 10 points compared to the smaller ones, which are only worth 1. And it is a general strategy to hit the big urn into the smaller pots to get more points and destroy more of them. Because that will spawn more of the same amount of points of whatever urn actually managed to hit it and destroy it. Which is how that minigame actually works. And the ability I got there is Aerial Spiral, which is a very, very useful ability. Which is used a lot, which is used quite a bit throughout this run.
I think it's used for the entire run, since you
Yeah.
equip it.
After I equip it.
Don't equip
But-
dodge slash.
Dodge/%. Right, yeah, again, as I'm back in the underworld and I don't have the Olympus Stone, my drive gauge is locked again. So I'm not allowed to use any drive forms. run through, pick up. The reason I pick up certain chests is because they have specific items in them, such as AP boost, which when used would increase my AP and allow me to equip more abilities. And thanks for hitting the ground there, Sora. Or they would contain ethers, and ethers are a really sought after prize for Kingdom Hearts runs.
Yeah, ethers are very, very needed for the end game.
Oh. See, it's the damage stuff. Yep.
Alright. Basically, the way damage works is there's 99 coins, you have a minute coin to destroy. Oh, there's 100 coins, you have a minute coin to destroy. The fastest way to do this is just to get the dance ball, I think it is, reaction command. It's a lot of coins at once. It's kind of powerful. It's very, very powerful. And really, it's random the way it's controlling it. It's even the endemics.
Where the clones are spawning from. I believe it's more controlled in the direction of whichever whichever enemy Sora chooses to target. And that can vary if I'm not locked onto anything because of auto target, which is generally how. Which is the little yellow ring on enemies, which allows you to lock on, such as that.
Yeah, most of the Demix fight there is just all RNG.
Yeah. There's the power boost. I'm stupid. The other boost that I just used there is the item from the big chest, which is a power boost, and that adds +1 to strength to Sora. So I have even more strength going into every fight against any enemy.
The way this fight works is that it's timed for I think a minute, and you can't kill Pete unless it's impossible. But what you tend to do is kill the tons of heartless that spawn. Generally you get about 2 waves off, and then the fight ends at about the 3rd wave.
Yeah, just as something
it's money grinding.
If you manage to kill the enemies quick enough, you can kill some enemies from the last wave, which is always nice for experience and a little bit extra.
Yeah, it's not very often you get to kill the last wave though. Like I think most I've killed is 4 from the last wave.
There we go, just as you said in the last wave there. And yeah, now we come to the second part of the big fight. I think you might be able to explain this best.
Alright,
Why I do this?
So at the start of the fight, you'll see Damo run right up to Pete and then go into Bella form. There's 2 possible scenarios that can happen after you go into Bella form. One, Pete just throws a bowling ball at you. Oh, you didn't run up, okay. Alright, well, really what the realistic thing you want to do is run up to Pete and then go into Bella, and hope that he doesn't go into the pinball animation. Because...
Which is this?
Damon's getting kind of controlled right here.
And I use wasted an ether by accident because I keep forgetting that my magic is on different commands. But that's still okay for even the Japanese version. Ethers and can be slightly misused on this version, like on accident. And what I'm putting on now is a very good ability. And it's
going Trinity Limit.
Yeah, you get Trinity Limit by defeating Pete at the end of the fight, and Trinity Limit is a very interesting ability. Again, Solo Trinity happens when Sora is not when Donald and or Goofy are not in the party. And that just causes to use a move that does a certain amount of damage depending on his strength level, yada yada yada. However, with them, you use Group Trinity. And Group Trinity is a very, very special ability in this version of the game. Would you like to explain what it does, Liquid?
Alright, basically, the idea behind Group Trinity is after you get a certain number of hits with the Group Trinity, what will happen is the attack will actually always do that amount of damage.
Depending on how many hits you've done to the enemy or the enemies.
Yeah. Yeah, and that every single Trinity you do after that, say you get 200 hits on a bunch of enemies, every Trinity you do after that will always have 200 hits, and if you increase it more to say 300 hits, it will...
Trinity is a very broken and very special game. As you can see, I got 68 hits, and as you can see, I clearly did not get 68 hits, at the end of that. But it still gave me the...
And not to mention that the finish does the ridiculous damage as well.
Yeah. Depending on the number of hits you did.
Yeah.
But yeah. Because with every limit outside of Solar Trinity that Sora does, it keeps track of a hit counter, which is recorded in the journal, which is recorded in Jiminy's journal as a set record, and that leads to a percentage marker for how much the game has been, or how much that journal has been completed. And that essentially serves as part of this game's 100% category, alongside gummy missions, which are all, again, set defined. For some reason, which is overlooked, because of the way Group Trinity works in building up combos, it will always do whatever maximum amount of hits you have set recorded. So if I somehow manage to get 200 hits, every time I use Group Trinity, it will always do 200 hits. And maybe one more as the finisher hit, which will do a massive amount of damage depending on the number of hits leading up to it.
Yeah, and with enough hits throughout the entire run, you can one-shot bosses like Zoldan. I think you can maybe do Zigbar with enough hits.
With enough hits, you can do Zigbar. I believe it's 75 to 80% of the bosses in this game can be one-shot. That's...
Yeah.
As you can see here, we've entered Pooh's storybook for the first time. And this is important because it tells story-wise why you are out collecting more of the pages from, like in the first game, which is always fun. What I've chosen to do here is to equip a new Keyblade, which we just got by defeating, or by clearing Olympus Coliseum. And that is, the Keyblade Hero's Crest. And that adds an extra +1 to Sora's total strength, but removes 1 point of magic, which would have come from the Kingdom Key. The strength is very highly prioritized at this point of the game, so we take the extra strength over losing 1 small point of magic. And the reason...
The neat thing about Hero's Crest is that it has air combo boost, which makes finishes from air combos do a lot more damage.
Mm-hmm. The unique thing...
air combos for a lot of the game, it's just a lot faster.
Yeah, the unique thing about Kingdom Hearts 2 is that, unlike the first one, they chose to equip Keyblades with unique abilities, so each one will always have a different ability attached to it. Such as the Kingdom Key will have Defender, Star Seeker, which is the Keyblade on Valor right now, gives you has Air Combo Plus on it, which gives you another hit of another Air Combo hit before you do a finisher normally, and other such items. And that comes into play, and that is a very important play aspect when we select the Keyblades that we do.
Okay, Damo, before I plug the streamers, incentives and stuff, is there any way you can like turn down the game volume?
Turn it down? Yeah, sure.
Just,
A little bit. Okay.
This is the KHBBS Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to ADDQ. ADDQ, which is done quick, is the largest gaming charity marathon. And after around 3 long years of not making it, KH is finally back into ADDQ. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show the ADDQ organizers that the KH community is growing and very hype. You should definitely be considered review relevant featured. And then for some incentives, one that's coming up in this run actually is Damo fighting Sephiroth during the run. He will fight it right after MCP. We still need $30 because J-Ops will cover the last little bit if we get in. We also have Ace's Puppet Show that will be used later in the run. We have Kiwi's Drawings that if you donate a total of $50 throughout the marathon, you will be able to get a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice. And finally, we have a bidding war between TehRizzle's Facecam versus Cyberman's singing voice.
Yeah, and all those in that sense it should be very fun. I for one am looking forward to the Ace Puppet Show.
Oh yeah, the Ace Puppet Show is going to be a highlight.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah. So you should, if you do not want to donate for me to fight Sephiroth during the run, you can donate towards the Ace Puppet Show, and that is a very, very good incentive. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, Damo, just if you have the time, try and half the volume, or around half it.
Half it? How's that?
I will tell you when it pops up.
Much better?
That should sound a lot better.
Okay.
Alright, that's good. Whew. I'm glad I could just handle that during a gummy mission. Which, unlike Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 1.5 Final Mix, are now auto-scrollers, and they cannot be sped up, unfortunately.
So, what are you doing with Threshold of this run, Damo?
Threshold of this run, as you get, as from the Pete fight, if a lot of people are paying attention, I managed to hit Valor level 2. Which gives Valor, with every level of forms or summons, will give you 1 extra gauge to play around with, to cause as much damage as possible before you have to revert or desummon them. And what I did there using Trinity is the fastest way to cause a high number of hits for the Heartless in that room, and that fight is one of the fights that are hit-based or damage-based, and that allows us to end the fight really, really quickly. Before using Trinity, or Group Trinity, we would used to use Fire, a series of Fire combos. to get rid of to build up the number of hits necessary to transition to the rest of the world. And I believe I'm going to go for something called one cycle. And would you like to explain what that is? Because I have enough.
Alright.
I like to go for it when I have enough form gauge, even if I do mess it up.
Alright, so... one
Please enlighten us.
cycle is basically a trick that you can kill Thresholder pretty much immediately. Very, very quickly, and it's a very, very neat trick. If you fail it, you lose a lot of time, most of the time, and it's just dumb trick, that's all I can say.
Normally, it's commonly recommended by every person in the community who chooses to run Kingdom Hearts 2 to not go for one cycle, despite the time save, because if you fail it, you lose a ton of time in response, which is very, very bad, and this has caused a lot of resets. So hopefully I get this trick.
Basically doing a specific amount of hits and a finisher at the right time, with Thresholder being in the right place, will beat him pretty much instantly.
Ah, I didn't get it. Missed a hit.
Ah, damn.
But because I have enough... Without being Valor level 2, you would not have enough form gauge left here to kill him. I don't even have... Oh... That's not enough.
Oh no.
I lost it. Normally what's supposed to happen is I would still have just enough form gauge to be in the next room, run, grab the chest, run out.
You can still warp out if you want.
Which side was the thing on?
Opposite of the chest? Damn it, I can't remember.
Ah, I just missed it. But yeah, normally when that happens, Valor Form is gone, and because it's gone, I will not be able to use Valor Form for any more movement, and that loses me a lot of time unless I have drive recoveries to help me, and that's very unfortunate. But yeah, I'm showcasing what happens when, and I just showcased why it's bad to go for one cycle, unless you are going for the world record in Kingdom Hearts 2.
You can still easily get it with. You can still easily get it record with without doing one cycle and just using Chicken
Yeah,
Little.
in my PB, for this I didn't get it either. I don't think. And again, Kingdom Hearts 2 is full of a lot of mini games, and this is one such mini game where you have to light the torches before the meter at the right runs out. And it's considered very, very easy to do this one.
Yeah, in Final Mix they really put down the window you have for error to very little.
They changed a lot of things. But yeah, normally I would have full drive gauge, and I'd have enough to go to the next area really quickly. However, I chose to showcase what happens. I decided to take a chance and showcase what happens when you miss it. So yeah, personal recommendation from all of us folks. If you choose to run Kingdom Hearts 2, don't go for one cycle. It's very bad.
Yeah, this is where all the time loss comes in. You don't have Valor for this movement, you don't have Valor for Beast. You don't have Valor for movement to the bosses, and you don't have Valor for bosses itself, so...
I think it's
It makes
Shadow
them
Stalker, that one? What I can do instead, because it's Kingdom Hearts 2-J, Group Trinity.
do something.
Oh, what's this? Oh boy. That's not good. That's not good at all. I don't think I can watch that. That was 75 hits. Time for some of the best strats ever.
Yeah, you gotta try and use Trinity on Darkthorn.
Normally, what I'm supposed to have there is, from the first Heartless fight, at least over 100 hits.
Really?
Because of
Wow,
Trinity
I didn't
combo,
realize that
yeah.
much.
Instead, as I've just seen while fighting Beast, I have 75 hits, and I had 74 until the finisher, which brought it up to 75. And why that's important for me to have over 100 hits is in one of the upcoming boss fights right now. I'm gonna have to make some stuff. Yeah. Again, still showcasing without ballet, it is very, very slow in moving. And for this fight in particular, if I had Valor, I would be able to kill Shadow Stalker here in a very, very short amount of time.
Yeah, without Valor, this fight is incredibly slow.
Yep. Would you like to describe the strats for Shadow Stalker? Because there are two strats.
So normally what's meant to happen is, you're meant to sort of, like, let me try and explain this. Alright, so there's two different strats you can do for Darkthorn. One which is a level 1 Valor strat and one which is level 2. Level 1 is where you just do what Damo did and run up straight to the wall. And then what Shadow Stalker will do is he'll go out, or go into the wall and then come out. And then in Valor form, what's supposed to happen is he's meant to do a couple hits. Then he'll go into the chandelier. He'll come out of the chandelier, and then you're meant to do a couple hits and a finisher. Go into the ground, he'll come out of the ground, do a couple hits, and he's dead. As you can see, this fight is
Yeah, it's...
two Valor.
Yep. And you can see me trying to save it with using Thunder, but Magic, it does not do that much damage with my really low level. Especially on Shadow
Thunder just
Stalker.
isn't effective against Darkthorn. Oh, sorry, Shadow Stalker.
Yeah, I always get them mixed up too. Now the Dark Thorn fight here is handled much, much differently compared to its English counterpart. However, I'm gonna have to make up some strats here. What's supposed to happen there is I would have enough hits to basically one-shot Dark Thorn there right from the start. However, for some reason, my Trinity hits did not count in the first fight of this world, involving the Shadow Heartless everywhere. So I had to do some alternative strats, which was to bring his health down enough where hopefully the group Trinity would in fact kill him. I hope that does not happen anywhere else. It'll be very, very bad
might
if
be
it
a bit
does.
low on hits for Timeless River.
Okay. When you've cleared the first 3 worlds, you unlock a new world, which is Disney Castle. And story-wise, it's in trouble. Would you like to explain what goes on here, Liquid?
Alright, so basically what happens in Disney Castle is you make your way to Minnie, and then you do the fantastic mini game, which is escorting Minnie to the throne. So she can save the Cornerstone of Light. Now, this is usually a pretty annoying mini game because Shadows can really troll Minnie and whack her all the time, but
Minnie tends to get hit a lot.
KH2-J,
Something like
KH2-J,
KH2-J. No, I'm not gonna go there. I can't remember everything. in Kingdom Hearts 2-J, Minnie is actually really, really beefy in this version, despite how she looks.
Yeah, she's really, really powerful in this version.
Yep. And a special thing happens where where you'll see right at the end of this, something amazing happens to all the Heartless that have spawned. That is unique only to the Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts 2 here. Okay. So far so good. Oh, synthesis item, there.
Nice.
Stays it. And turn around. Oh my god! Minnie managed to kill all the Heartless on the screen. Why this thing happens in particular, we honestly have no idea. However, in Kingdom Hearts 2, or regular Kingdom Hearts 2, that was released to the rest of the world, and to Final Mix, that finisher does not destroy any Heartless. At all. For some reason it was removed from every other version of the game. And it's unknown as to why. It'd be very useful if it was kept in. It'd be very helpful if it was kept in, as you would get a lot of experience. However, this finisher does have a limit to it. As you'll see when I get to the end of the hall here, when I activate it. And I'll show off just what, how much of a limit it actually has. And bam. So yeah, as you can see, I just hit level 14 here, and from this point on, I have basically caught up in experience as I would have in a Kingdom Hearts 2 English run. Just because of that one minigame.
The same, if not just a little bit under the same experience as KH2 English.
Yep. All because of Minnie. I am very thankful to Minnie.
Also, you get a lot more money because of that too.
Yeah, a lot. And that's very useful for buying ethers at the end of the game. Yep. But as you can see, it did have a limit. It didn't completely destroy all the Heartless at the other side of the screen. I'm not sure how many Heartless it does destroy, but I believe it's somewhere around like 10 to 15 at once. And because that's over now, we get to the second portion of this world, which is Timeless River.
Yeah, Timeless River is a very important world for Trinity hits, especially on the last window.
Yes.
It really helps determine the rest of the run.
Yep. If people are wondering how I could possibly build up 200 or even more Trinity hits, this is the world I built them up in. This is the world you would, if you were playing Kingdom Hearts 2, the Japanese version, you would build up those Trinity hits in. And I'll showcase that when I enter window 4. We have a very unique strategy in dealing with that window as compared to English or Final Mix, or 2 Final Mix. So window 1 is still largely the same. I take advantage of the Trinity hits I would have built up, which would generally be over 100, and just destroy them instantly without having to do combos to spawn these miniature bombs here. And then just do combos of them until the ground starts shaking and I'm tossed up into the air, where I will do a powerful reaction command called Arrow Blade. I believe that's the name.
That was a really good window, by the way.
Okay, now here is where I'm hoping and praying I get a lot of Trinity hits. And the way to do that is to immediately target the black hole here in the center and destroy it. And hopefully, there we go. And it's destroyed. And this leaves me time to attack every other harvest here until the last wave, which is that. Which just spawns right there. And I do a full Trinity here to take advantage of the furniture, which do count towards your hit percentage total. Oh, that's good. That is a good amount of hits, I believe. And yeah, as you can see, if you've been paying attention to my max total, I managed to hit 405. I managed to turn my max hit from like a measly 75 into 405 hits.
That is fucking good.
The bad part about that is that section there is complete RNG. I've looked into that pretty extensively, and it's been very hard to determine like actual good strategy there to get the hits I need.
Yeah, it's pretty much just random, the amount of hits.
Yeah. I've left that with 335 hits and close to 500. That's how random it can be.
Yeah.
Anyone who runs Kingdom Hearts 2-J will tell you the exact same thing, that it is complete RNG. So yeah, I still go through the windows, and it's generally accepted to use the English strats to clear them as fast as possible. Until you get to the sections where you would need to use Trinity, in which case that would be sped up significantly.
Yeah, a lot
because of the group Trinity glitch.
Probably remember these cars.
Yep. And they're easily taken care of.
Being incredibly annoying. In KH2-J, they're all already dead.
Yep. One group Trinity and they're all gone.
Yeah.
So leading up here is this boat fight, or what is commonly referred to as the boat fight, where we chase Pete down and try to destroy the cage containing the Cornerstone of Light. And Timeless River here.
Yeah, the way this fight works is after you do the 3 reaction commands on Pete, you go up to the boat, you do the reaction command to grab on, and then it's random when the boat will throw you off next. Sometimes they'll do it after a combo and a half, sometimes you'll get 4 full combos before it throws you off. I've actually almost had a 1-cycle boat before. It's completely random. The most optimal one is the 2-cycle, but sometimes you go 3 and there's nothing you can really do.
Yeah, and normally, if I didn't have a synthesis item from the mini escort already, I would have picked up that chest just near the exit to this section of the world over there for a free synthesis item. And if you don't have a synthesis item at this point of the game already, if you're lucky enough in J, you would, like you can just skip that chest entirely. And it takes practically no time to get that chest because we're waiting for the boat and the hook to present itself for a reaction command so we can actually destroy the cage. Alright. And here we go with the double peak fight, which is the last fight of this world.
This fight basically has 4 phases. That first phase is just slot demo complete, just where you do normal hits. Second phase,
go. Yes.
Hold on a second.
Keep going.
Yeah, pretty much the second phase is based on how many Trinity hits you do. Every other phase after that you just attack people. Wow, 528. That's really good.
That was 528. Yeah. That was 500 XP. It's fairly hard to tell what the final hit counter on that is until I get to another point where I will actually use the Trinity. And that is another point where I actually build up Trinity hits. Because normally that's how I would take care of like every boss fight. Like just use one part of the combo and then like start and then actually start it. And it would normally one-shot the boss. Because there's a second Pete in there, all the hits do extra damage to the second or classic Pete there, which adds to the entire, which adds even more hits to the current max total, which allows us to break countless bounds on Group Trinity and allows us to actually one-shot a hell of a lot of the bosses in this game.
Yes, the Experiment mission you can survive by pretty much doing nothing, so
Nothing
really
come
much
back
goes
near
on.
the end. And I'm actually going to take a small break in this going mission to get a drink of water.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
it's be
we
a
actually
good time to
have,
read out any donations if you have any.
Yes.
Yeah, we have 2 donations. We have a $10 donation from Sarah Levine. Sadly, there was no comment, so I don't know where to put it towards, so it's just gonna sit and wait. So if they can message someone and tell them it's their comment, or it's their donation, then we can put it towards something. The second one is from J-House. It's an $100 donation. And he says, it's still bad to go for one cycle if it earns you a donation. $30 towards Sephi, $30 towards the puppet show, and $40 towards Riz Facecam.
Damn, that $100 donation.
Liquid Look in TeamSpeak.
So for anyone who doesn't know, this is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to HDQ 2015. HDQ stands for Awesome Games Done Quick, which is the largest gaming charity marathon. And after 3 long years of not making it in, KH finally has got back into HDQ. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show HDQ organisers that the KH community is growing and we are very hype. We should definitely be considered a repeat run to GDQs.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back.
I hope everyone was entertaining chat while I was gone.
Yo, you know it.
Yeah. But, yeah. As I was starting to explain before, just like in Window 4 where I built up my 405 Trinity hits, and I was talking about the 2 peak fights there, that other section where I built up my max Trinity hits even more is also a small part of RNG. Where you'll get a random amount of hits that seems to be an extra 20 to, I think the most extra hits I've ever gotten out of that was 150 to 200. Yeah, so it's really fortunate that I managed to get 100 plus hits out of that.
So next up we got Pirates, which many people don't like. Personally, I think this world is actually pretty nice. I guess the people just don't like it because of how the pirates' mechanics work and how they're invincible at some points and how they're vulnerable at some points.
Yeah. Unfortunately, despite the impressive group trinity that I have just shown off and the amount of hits I've done, that will not be used very much in this world, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of this world is using magic because a lot of the pirates are incredibly vulnerable to magic.
Yes.
So spamming it is makes the fights go incredibly fast.
Yeah.
And you'll see in that menu he took off Thunder from Donald and equipped Fantasia, which is Comet. Thunder is taken off because it kind of messes with some of the fights in Pirates, because when Donald strikes a Thunder, what will happen is that the pirates will get stunned and move around very slowly for a long time, and if they hang out in the shadows on some place like the boat fight, it really messes up the whole fight. So
Yeah.
it's just a lot easier to take it off.
Yeah.
And then Comet you'll see used various times throughout the run.
Yeah. Ideally, if we want to keep these pirates in place, we would use something like Blizzard, because that will freeze them in place until any of their hits would then make them slide around as if they were on ice.
Now, I believe this is the first instance you actually see Chicken Little being used.
Yeah. Normally it would be in Beast Castle, but I'm bad.
Chicken Little is actually a very useful summon. As you'll see, he drags in a lot of the enemies very effectively. And because they're surrounded around Sora, that just gives Damo a chance to use a lot of fires and deal a lot of damage.
With my magic, and most people don't know that when they casually play this, that magic is, outside of pure magic, is actually very, very powerful in this game.
Oh, you see as he was entering the loading zone there, that he went into FPS mode for Chicken Little. That's just to get a bit of extra summon experience, because summon experience is earned by taking down summon gauge levels. And every time you use a limit in a summon, it takes it down by 2 or 1. I can't exactly remember.
Yeah, all drive forms and summoned have their own experience counter, which means like their forms will level up, like depending on what you do. So for Ballet, it's based on the number of hits you do to the enemies. For a form like Wisdom, which I got after Timeless River, it depends on the number of Heartless destroyed, and for summons, it amounts to how many times the form gauge has depleted. So every time it depletes by 1, you get 1 experience point. And it's very easy to take advantage of that to level it up really quickly. Because it does that. So coming up here is the timed pirate fight. And do you want to explain what is done here, Liquid?
Sure. Alright, so at the very start of the fight, you'll see Damo run back and collect an ether from the chest. And because pirates are so vulnerable to magic, a lot of them will follow him, and he'll just end up spamming a lot of blizzards for a while. And then once he has low MP, he'll use Comet, and Comet is very, very powerful. Yeah, Comet is very, very powerful and does a lot of damage. And then after the Comet's finished, he'll summon Chicken Little, and because of Chicken Little's usefulness of dragging in enemies, it's like an infinite magnet. And that allows you to get a lot of experience and money from this fight, because pirates drop broken a lot of those. And because these pirates are infinitely spawning, it's just a great place to farm for a minute.
what I was waiting for there was for the summon gauge to deplete, so I could actually take advantage of that. Just,
Yeah, because the summon gauge is going back and forth between 1 and 2, it actually counts as a summon experience point.
and
And then
that,
constantly hitting enemies over and over again and bring it back and forth between 1 and 2 gains a lot of experience.
Yep. Which allows us to quickly level it up to for summon level 2, and that is very useful for the run. Okay. Okay, so what I just did there, as you can see, I selected a destination to sail to, and normally what would happen is you would be entered into a transition fight, and after you like beat that fight, you would then go to the place you would normally be transported to. However, there is a small glitch that we perform, which allows us to skip that. Would you like to explain that further while I'm doing this fight?
Sure. So what happens is, once you select a world, you have either the option of fighting enemies and then moving straight on, or going inside the ship and escaping and then selecting the world again. We fight the first one because it's incredibly fast with it, and we skip the second one because, we end up at the start of the fight. Because we end up so close to Shadow of the thing on the top of the boat, I can't remember what it's called. It actually ends up being slow because all the pirates like to chill out back there. And now in this fight, this is regarded as one of the most inconsistent fights in KH2, purely because there's no strat for it because the enemies are doing whatever they feel like. This is actually going incredibly well so far.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy about that.
That was a really good probe fight.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we we tried to think of various strategies to handle that, starting with Chicken Little, which who would drag the pirates to a specific end of the ship for us to destroy them better. However, we did have the problem of running out of the gauge if it wasn't level 2, and that was a huge problem near the start of for us during the routing. However, instead, because we have Comet, that does that still does a significant amount of damage and destroys the pirates really quickly. And we fit, and I have no idea how it honestly evolved, but it evolved from, instead of like using Chicken Little after Comets, we would just we would save our drive gauge to instead like wait near the end of the fights for a certain set of pirates and turn Valor to destroy them really quickly, and still saving drive. I believe the strat for that fight in particular is much different in English.
Not really. Not compared to Japanese. It's not that much different.
But yeah, there are various ways where a lot of us just move around to try to lure the pirates in specific spots for us to combat them with blizzards in various areas. Coming out. As you can see, I am still really dumb in my easy usage, because I wasted another one there when I thought Blizzard was still on circle. Just like in the English one, we take advantage of the fact that Barbosa is just like the pirates, and we can just spam magic there, like Blizzard, to keep him in place. poison Trinity right at the end. Unfortunately, after I dismissed the Heartless that would envelop the room in shadows, which would effectively hide Barbosa himself, he decided to stay into the shadows instead and throw bombs. Which is very, very unlucky. Coming up is Agrabah, and to get to Agrabah, again, we go through more gummy missions. The gummy missions to Agrabah and Halloween Town have actually really, really good music that most of us enjoy listening to.
出発だ
Yeah, these next two gummy missions are genuinely actually have really good music.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of F-Zero music. That's the general vibe most people get from this. This would be a great time for any donations to be read and streams to be plugged.
We do not have any donations, but quick announcement is we actually reached the goal for you to fight Sephiroth at the end of the run.
Awesome.
So, look forward to that.
Nice.
Great.
Some marathon-wide incentives that you guys can donate for is, first we have Ace's Puppet Show. This will be used to fill time between games or later after the data orders. Secondly, we have Kiwi's drawings. These are drawings that Kiwi Justice will draw, and you get a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice. But you must donate a total of $50 throughout the marathon in order to be entered into this. And finally, we have a bidding war between TehRizzle's Facecam and Singing Cyberman. So, remember to get your donations, I guess. And then, do you want to plug the stream real quick?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Sure. So for anyone who doesn't know, this is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to HDQ. HDQ stands for Awesome Games Done Quick. It is the largest gaming charity marathon. And after 3 long years of not making it in, Kingdom Hearts has finally gotten back into HDQ. Now that we're back in, we are trying to raise the hype and show the HDQ organisers the KH community is growing and very hype. And we should absolutely be considered a repeat run in future GDQs.
Excellent.
Oh, actually, how much time do we have left in this coming mission? Okay, so we just received a $350 donation from Kenshin2942. His comment is, loving the stream so far, please put this donation towards the following. KH2.5 80% critical, absent silhouette, $25 for Luxeus. I think he gets all of them. And then the KH2FM level 1 data order is $100 to fight Sephiroth, and $150 to fight Terra.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Well, thanks for the $350 donation.
Yes, the entire community appreciates it. Jeez, 350. I'm actually shocked. Holy crap. So here we are in Agrabah.
So this first fight in Agrabah we can end instantly. Normally it would end after a certain number of hits or taking too much damage. Using Trinity right off the bat here, and then just ending it because of how KH2-J Trinity works, it just ends it instantly.
Yep. And that saves a lot of time over English and Final Mix, particularly there. There's a lot of these random spots where Trinity will save time over the other 2 versions, such as that.
I believe that in Final Mix, you know, they just they try to die there.
Oh, they do? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so what I'm doing here is going into Wisdom Form. And the idea of Wisdom Form is to destroy a certain... I think they're referred to as market stalls in this next screen over just past this, right here. And that allows me to pick up an extra chest that contains an AP boost. And I can just destroy that with any old magic. Which is very, very handy. The odd thing about Kingdom Hearts, about the growth ability, which is the abilities that Sora can get by leveling up all the forms there, which is Quick Run. And Quick Run is different in all versions of the game. I believe that Riz was the one who told me that Quick Run is a lot slower in this version compared to the English one. And I think there's a comparison video between the English Quick Run and two Final Mix's Quick Run that shows two Final Mix has the best Quick Run out of all three of them.
Yeah, not to mention that compared to Final Mix, leveling up drives and summons in this game take a lot longer.
Yeah.
In both English and J.
And it is no minor amount. It is actually pretty significant over every form. Is that to make the leveling of each form, and I want to say the summons as well less tedious by lowering that amount as well.
Yeah. So the idea of what happens in this following segment is the first two waves are just very small enemies, very easy to kill. Third wave is a fat bandit, which you just threw Comet on, I believe, and then you just combo him to death, and then the last one, the very last, fourth wave, sorry, you end the Comet.
Yeah.
And this is the most optimal way to take care of the fat bandits, without them really causing too much trouble. And then the last wave, you combo them to death.
I wasn't sure whether I'd make that combo train or not.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of
close.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes you get lucky. These fat bandits can drop either synthesis item, which is the fire gem, or they can drop ethers. And I was lucky enough to actually get an ether drop there, which does help me because I have wasted 2 of them so far. And I've actually got more synthesis items as well. Lucky me.
Yeah, there's only 2 places, two enemies in the game, or in the run that drop ethers, and those are pirates and fat bandits.
Yep. Now I'm in this next Heartless fight, which is pretty much a wave of just a bunch 50 Heartless.
the idea of this fight is time your comet rain at the very end. So it just hits the fat bandits as they're spawning, and Damo did that perfectly.
Yep.
So then he can just do one more comet and kill them all very quickly. Didn't quite kill them all.
Yeah, ideally it would kill every single one of them. But
Yeah.
sometimes the comet rain doesn't do enough damage to them. What I'm doing here is bringing Aladdin into the party to help with this next fight here, which is the Elemental Lords, Fire Lord and the Blizzard Lord. Normally in English, we would start off just using a basic Solo Trinity, because Donald isn't in the party for Group Trinity. And that would easily break into other combos. However, because of the damage output of the horrible damage output of Solid Trinity in Kingdom Hearts 2-J, I don't cause enough damage to do damage to break any of them apart into their small counterparts.
Yeah, another thing to notice is that on J, these bosses also have a lot less health.
They do.
Yeah, they do. On English, they have two and a bit bars.
I actually didn't know that. But yeah, in a lot of the boss fight, a lot of the bosses in this game have a lot less HP than they would in Kingdom Hearts 2 English and in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. And I believe this is probably adjusted to raise the difficulty, as it would be considered too easy otherwise. This does work in my favor because the fights will end a lot quicker. Unfortunately, again, I can't use Group Trinity there because those bosses do have HP barriers, which prevents me from one-shotting them both. So that was Agrabah, and now we're on our way to Halloween Town. That is a very, very fun place. It is one of my favorite places in this game. We get more awesome gunship music.
Yeah, Halloween Town's a pretty sick world.
Yep.
Is it alright if I read out some donations?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay. We got one $25 donation. And he left in his message that he didn't want his name being disclosed, which is fine. If you could please send me a message on Twitch telling me what you want your money put towards and what you want your nickname to be just put as, that would be really helpful, both me and the marathon. And we also got a $4.68 donation from Brian Dunlap, and his comment is, "Every cent I have left looks like shit compared to the Tree Fitty. I want Center's shift to be the SS Dude Nice for the cutscene percent race."
Nice.
It's a great name.
Yep. Every little bit helps. To get our community, to get various members of the Kingdom Hearts community to HEDDQ. Do you want to plug that in real quickly?
Sure. But for anyone who doesn't know, this is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to HEDQ. HEDQ stands for Awesome Games Not Quick, which is the largest gaming charity marathon. And for 3 long years of not making it in, Kingdom Hearts has finally made it into HEDQ. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show HEDQ organisers that the KH community is growing and very hype. And we should definitely be considered a repeat run in future GDQs.
Awesome.
Oh?
Yeah, good hype. I suppose. I can say another unique fact about the gummy machines here. Uh, the way they work, they're like basic shoot 'em ups, or yeah, they're kind of like your basic shoot 'em up where like you can dodge, like you shoot enemies, you destroy them, you get points towards various things like medals and score. How many enemies you've actually killed in total, yada yada yada. And if you kill special enemies, you will get gummy ship pieces, which is the only way to get them. And it all adds towards a total percentage towards the game, which is how we easily define 100% categories for this game, which is very, very handy. Some unique things about the various enemies is that the shots they fire are obviously intended to hit you, so you're supposed to dodge. However, not all the if the enemies get close enough, your first instinct would obviously be to dodge out the way. That's not the case for all the enemies in the gummy missions. A lot of them decide to take on different properties, in that your gummy ship can actually go straight through quite a few of those gummy ships. And that would include ships that would be intended to shoot at you, and then could just come straight up to you to like go further away to take another shot at you. I believe you can go through those without taking any damage whatsoever. So yeah, that's a small fun fact.
Yeah. A better, more noticeable example would be the ships on the final gummy mission going to Twilight Town 3.
Which
You
will
guys
come up
find
in
a lot of those ships.
which will come up in just a few hours.
So in this menu, what Damo's doing, you'll see that he set Jack to Sora attack. That's just so he doesn't attack any of the enemies in next fight, because we want to die, and dying is the fastest way to end the fight, which is also the reason why we took both his ethers and his potion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Because this fight lasts so long, you're just attacking it. It's just so much faster to die, and you don't really need the experience from it anyways.
There is some slight RNG as to what attack these White Knights will actually do, and it is generally considered like the faster attacks would be the ones where they would do this overhead attack here to do the most damage to you. Yeah.
Yeah, the vertical spin attack is a lot faster than the horizontal attack.
Yeah. The reason I don't use Trinity there is, again, it is a lot slower, only because there are multiple waves of enemies in that fight. So it is so that's why it's actually faster to just die in that fight. Yeah. Like otherwise, I would run out of MP and have to probably waste ethers to get more trinities off to end the fight, to end the other fights, which is not ideal for the runs.
So in this next fight, which is called the Candy Cane Lean fight, you'll see Damo just kill the first wave normally with reflex and aerial hits and stuff. And then he'll use Dance Call on the second wave, because Dance Call is incredibly fast at killing these toy boxes. And I'm sure a lot of people remember those toy boxes as incredibly annoying.
Just like the Halloween Town counterparts. The graveyards.
Yeah. As you can see, Dance Call does pretty ridiculous damage.
Yeah, Dance Call is one of the limits that actually was left a bit untouched through all versions of the game.
Yeah, it was completely untouched in every version of KH2.
Yep.
I think it was buffed very slightly in 2FM.
Yeah. think so. Yeah. It's certainly accepted in 2FM that the limits from all the from each different party member in the various worlds were slightly buffed. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems that way. And then the limits from Donald and Goofy were just were just nerfed really heavily.
Yeah. Like as soon as the first thing Square decided was to get rid of. It was to immediately fix the group trinity here, and by doing so, they also chose to buff up solo trinity when Sora is just by himself, which is always nice.
Yeah, they sort of tried to make a balance during between the two.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they made Solo Trinity just a little bit too powerful, making some tricks insanely easy to pull off.
And they overlooked how powerful Donald and Goofy's limits actually were. So as you can see, unlike the English version, I'm not in Valor form in this fight. Actually, this is bad RNG.
Yeah, Genie's in
start.
Valor form.
Yeah. Sora's not using Valor form. However, Genie actually is in Valor Genie, and Valor Genie does a significant amount of damage in both this version and the regular Kingdom Hearts 2. If people have seen Sephiroth's run earlier, they saw him get a soft block right there. It's a well-known soft block. It's well known by pretty much everyone in the community, in the Kingdom Hearts speedrunning community, to not do any limits, to not do the reaction command whatsoever. We actually have. Do we know why it chooses soft block there? Oh, actually, I have 534. Nice.
The game just sort of freaks out and doesn't know how to handle.
Yeah.
And just sort of freezes Prism Keeper in place.
In an invulnerable state where he starts to move back. Yeah, I was looking into it a little bit earlier to see if it would happen in this version as well, but I could not get it to work. Some other interesting things happened though. Yeah, and again, so far, it appears the soft lock isn't in 2FM either. And I believe it was I think most other members of the community were saying, or I think Riz himself was, the legendary TehRizzle himself was telling a lot of us that he couldn't get it to work in 2 Final Mix. But that's no reason to not have some caution when using that reaction command the first time.
Yeah, it's just kind of a scary thing to be wary of.
Yep. However, you can use it after you purposely miss that first one, and it will not cause a softlock whatsoever. As far as we know.
I personally have softlocked the game there once.
I have too.
And it's not very fun.
I think a lot of runners have, and this is my favorite fight in the entire game.
Nagarero.
Nagarero. Tsumayi. Okay, it's still
basically the way
it's still kept the same as English, and you want to explain
the way this fight works is Oogie will just drop down presents for you at random times sometimes. Most of the time they're predictable. When he says that's right away you go, that's when he'll generally drop down the presents. It takes 12 presents in order to bring him down from the giant elevator. Is it 12 or 10? I can't remember.
I think it's 12.
Um,
I actually have no idea. I haven't physically counted.
um,
I just know what it looks like.
Yeah, on each phase, Oogie will do something completely different. Like on the first phase, he just had the glove and the presents. On this phase, he actually has Heartless that come out and attack you.
Yeah.
And on the
Which are his
third wave,
Oogie gifts.
on the third wave, he'll actually have lightning bolts come down and like go to the end of the conveyor belt.
Yep.
This fight is sort of a gimmick fight, to be honest.
So yeah, and unlike in English, I have to handle this fight a lot differently as well, because Solo Trinity does not cause enough damage, does not output enough damage, but why is he here? That was really bad. Yeah, those Emerald Blues are considered it's considered really bad RNG if they decide to do their Whirlwind or their Wind Shield attack, because they like to come right up to you and just attack and just like run into you with that shield in place, and you are left incapable of doing anything to stop them. It's even on beginner, it's still pretty easy to die if you do get that Emerald Blue bad Emerald Blue RNG, which is why I still have Donald out. So yeah. Overall, I think that was a good fun.
The next fight that we're gonna be seeing is a very fun fight that everyone loves.
Oh yeah. I'll be going to, as you can see, there is that other world there which I could go to, and that is Pride Lands. However, I'm gonna choose to forget that for a moment, and instead just continue on my way as I would in any percent. And this upcoming fight is very, very fun. It's considered one of the most favorite fights of a lot of members of the community, and it's one of your fan favorites, isn't it, Liquid?
Yeah, I love this fight. This fight isn't too bad on 2J, it's just English, it really sucks.
Yeah. And
So, do you want me to explain it?
yeah, you explain it.
Alright, so you saw Damo summon Chicken Little before he entered the fight. That's because Chicken Little, as I said, acts like an infinite magnet. Now, for some strange reason, no one knows why this weird sort of mechanic can occur that causes Sora just to randomly jump. No one really knows what causes it. And that's why this fight sucks so much, because they removed it in FM, pretty much. But really, it's just an incredibly random fight, and anything can happen. And you'll see on this last wave, he'll dismiss Chicken Little. He used his Trinity, and uses the insanely powerful group Trinity to kill all the Berserkers in one shot.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately in English, because they fixed the group Trinity, you would have to use other strats, such as keeping Chicken Little
Yeah,
out.
in English you have to use Comet
Or
after
Comet
an
Rain.
explosion. which really sucks because sometimes the explosion won't hit all of them.
Yeah. It's unfortunate when that happens, but we deal with it as best we can.
Yeah.
So here in 2FM...
Best way is just reflect.
So here in 2FM, this would be normally where you'd get limit form. However, that form technically doesn't exist in this version or Kingdom Hearts 2. I think it's generally accepted because they didn't have enough time to put it in.
Yeah, I think that's actually what it was.
Wasn't enough
I'm
time
not
to put it
sure.
in. Yeah. However, in 2 Final Mix, it's because it's as the final version of the game, they added a whole bunch of like other extra features into that game, which involve limit form, different mechanics, extra added on content for like after the final boss, new abilities.
Just way too much stuff to even
Yeah.
list, really.
Some new gateways, a whole bunch of like very fun things.
Yeah.
That was released
But see,
Japan only.
Yeah. So you see at the start of when Damo entered Holy Bastion for the 3rd time, he equipped the Oathkeeper on Valor and Follow the Wind on Sora. Oathkeeper we need to make it to Space Paranoids with all our drive.
Because it has the highly useful ability called Form Boost.
Yeah, and this allows drive forms to last a lot longer.
Yep.
And we need our drive for some strats in Space Paranoids, and we equip Follow the Wind, which we keep equipped up until Hostile Program, because Space Paranoids is full of all these orbs that are required to like do reaction commands such as freeze the computers on the computers minigame and stuff like that. And because we have Follow the Wind and Follow the Wind has draw, we get to draw in all the orbs from a much larger distance.
Yep.
And it's just a lot easier.
And it's very like these 2 keyblades are very, very useful. If I did not have Oathkeeper on, my drive form would run out somewhere in the middle of this place here, because of how quickly the
Yeah, I'd say
form gauge actually goes down. Somewhere around here,
It'll run out at some point just around here.
which would not be ideal for us,
Yeah, not at all.
because then we'd have to
Yeah,
build
don't
it back up and walk everywhere.
make it to Space Paranoids with like quarter drive or so.
Alright. Bam. There we go. Here we get to see the new world, which is based on the Disney movie Tron, called Space Paranoids.
This world is full of a lot of like mini games and stuff. Like you see the first one here, hit the gate a bunch of times, collect the orbs, freeze the gate. The second one is just the box mini game. And there's light cycle and computers and hostile program. This game is sort of a lot of mini games, to be honest.
Yeah, it's got quite a few of them in here. Alright, let's hope I don't actually fail this minigame either. This minigame in particular does have a small story behind it. Where is it? There it is. And at first we were actually having trouble to consistently get this this box here destroyed. And we were trying to, and we were like contemplating it for a long time until a user, who was it? I think it's Mikachu to Tone. I actually don't know their full username. Who?
Mikachu to Honin or something.
Yeah, I think it was them. They are a challenge runner for Kingdom Hearts 2, particularly Final Mix. And like a challenge runner is basically trying someone who goes through like the game or different fights within the game with very few abilities as possible. So putting limits upon themselves, and seeing if they can actually defeat certain bosses or certain parts of the game without doing something such as doing only ground combos at the start of the game, no air combos, or in 2FM fighting Terra at level 1 with no aerial dodge or something. And they using particular showed us that by entering a dry form there, we can instantly end that cube minigame as long as we follow the placement where it is, which it normally does is 2 full rotations, and then it's slightly further ahead from where it originally started, and you can just go straight into a dry form where I chose Valor for this. But however, you can use Wisdom form as well, and that'll immediately activate. They'll immediately say if you've activated the red cube, as it were, or a red power cube, and you'll finish the game, and you'll finish that mini game in 1 minute and 45 seconds on average.
Yeah, it's quite a neat little strat. It's very, very helpful, because otherwise it'll be kind of a pain in the ass to do it normally. What Damo is doing at the moment is Light Cycle. Light Cycle is generally a bit trolly, but most of the time you can sort of get out of it without hitting too many walls.
As shown right there.
Damn.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, sometimes the Heartless are just spawning in really bad places, and then you just get a bit unlucky and get hit into a wall.
Yeah. As you can see, right near the start, there were 2 paths I could have taken, and I chose the left path. It's because different members of our community looked into it, and when they were timing it, even with all the RNG there, on average, it turns out the left path was faster to go through than the right one by 1 second, on average.
So you may be wondering, why aren't you using Valor to run up to the Gears minigame? So since we got Master Form, this is really the only place in the run where we have to watch our anti-point counter. Because we need Master Form on Grim Reaper 1 and Grim Reaper 2. And we want to use it in the middle of those fights, so we need to make sure that we don't have enough anti-points to trigger anti-form during those fights.
And the limit on those points before you have a chance of going into anti-form is, for regular King Class 2 here, is 4. However, that is changed to 5 in 2 final mix. So that allows us some small breathing room to use it in other places.
Wow, this is a really fast computers.
Just like Liquid was saying, we normally have to watch our anti-points here, like from this point onwards, to make sure we don't trigger anti-fall. Yeah. So I'll be using the first one here just for movement. The Japanese version, however, has breathing room for us to use one more drive form just for free, because of abusing the Trinity glitch, the group Trinity glitch in the Grim Reaper 1 fight. So it leaves anyone who runs this some small breathing room to make a strike form on the way to just before they fight Grim Reaper 2. So coming up here is the boss fight of Space Paranoids. The first visit of Space Paranoids here, which is Hostile Program, and he is very, very easy to deal with in this version of the game.
Group Trinity is really cool.
Because this boss has HP gates that a lot of the bosses do, it is not accepted. It's not a wise idea to actually use Group Trinity here, because you will end it on like a HP gate. Yeah, but because Hostile Program in this version of the game has less HP, like the Elemental Lords, you can just take him out in like 2 knock smashes. Ideally, you want to kill him with that second one, but I got slightly unlucky, and that's okay.
Yeah, sometimes the hits on the knock smash can be luck based, but most of the time it generally does around the same damage.
So I tried to compensate with an extra combo, with an extra full combo there. And yeah, as you can see, like just before I went, just before I exited, before I exited the computer room and used Valor, I switched my keyframe from what's that key like called? Again?
Follow the wind.
Yeah, follow the wind. Oops. Yeah, which had draw on it back to Hero's Crest, just for its strength and air combo boostability. If I didn't have that on, I wouldn't do nearly enough damage to Hostile Program to end him with basically 2 knock smashes and a combo. Entered here, I'm in a unique fight in the game involving both Nobodies and Heartless, where I use Chicken Little's Magnet ability to its full extent to keep all the Heartless and Nobodies within the same vicinity. That way I can get easy combos to Explosion on them. And Explosion is a really powerful finishing ability that does a lot of multi-hits on them, on enemies.
You'll see a much more powerful version of Explosion once we get Rumbling Rose.
Oh yeah. And now here's a very fun and unique strat that I like to do. Would you like to explain it?
You're doing Genie strats, aren't you?
Yes, I'm doing Genie strats. And what Genie strats are, is instead of normally using Chicken Little in this fight, I like to use Genie instead. Particularly, Master Genie.
So the way this works with Master Gym is, because you do a magnet at the start of it, and all the enemies are caught in the middle of the magnet, when you do Master Genie's Limit, it keeps pushing them in and out of the magnet over and over again. So this allows you to get really insane damage off just from
That was a really good fight too.
and
Holy
also,
crap.
yeah, if you watch the drive gauge as well during that fight, it refills insanely fast again because of magnet.
Yep. Because you're knocking the enemies back into the magnet, and magnet causes some damage to the enemies as well every time an enemy is pulled in. So again, this section is still largely the same as it would be. I didn't mean to use the bullet for that.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat strat at the start of Demic's fight is using Wisdom Genie. He just one-shots up their clones no matter how
He's too far away.
much health they have or anything.
Yeah, and because of the Trinity glitch, I can one-shot him. However, I can't one-shot him because he's not close enough.
Yeah, Fish, you just...
Oh, and he damned, so...
Oh, no.
Damn. Alright, yeah, I took a risky strat using Wisdom Genie there, and if you do choose to use the Genie strats there, if you have enough drive left over, you can switch Genie from Master Form Genie into Wisdom Form, and his limit gets rid of those water clones pretty damn quickly. However, I messed up, and the Ultima attack right at the end there hit more hit Demix right at the end, which caused him to fly everywhere, unfortunately. Ideally, Demix would have been in like the center of my Trinity, and he would have gotten killed on the final hit. So,
Yeah, the group Trinity, which allows for so many fights to be done incredibly fast.
particularly nearly all of the organization members.
Yeah, like you can shot arms them as one, can't you?
Thank you.
So what Demo is currently doing is he's on the Final Fantasy fights, and this is a series of fights, all of the Final Fantasy characters in all of the main Final Fantasy characters in KH2. That's including Leon's, Tifa, Cloud, and Yuffie. Some of them are incredibly luck-based, like the Leon and the Tifa one are very heavily luck-based.
Oh yeah, Tifa.
Yuffie is sort of consistent, and then Cloud just kills everything.
Yeah, you wait until he uses Omni Slash. Why are these helmets? Come on. This.
The idea of
This
this,
isn't.
the idea of the Tifa wave is to get as many rising suns as possible, and sometimes Dave can really troll and
To do massive damage to these morning stars here, which are the large green enemies.
Yeah.
Tifa really wrecked those shadows there.
Tifa's actually incredibly strong.
Yeah. Her special move there, Final Heaven, does a significant amount of damage to every enemy that gets caught in it.
It's ridiculously strong.
Yeah. Alright. And now we come to Cloud. Cloud, we just destroy Heartless, and we just basically destroy all the as many Heartless as possible, and wait while we wait for him to use his DM or his own limit, which is Omni Slash.
Yeah, and then Cloud does ridiculous
Which is
amounts
just starting now.
we can't even hope to do,
Yep.
especially at this level.
So we just try our best to help. By trying to keep the enemies in place so Cloud doesn't have to fly all over the place. That way we can end the fight quicker. No. That's... No. That's... Okay. Press the wrong
So
button.
the reason why we have to re-equip these abilities is because when Goofy got knocked out by the rock and everyone thought he was dead and went all sad,
Rip Goofy, by the way.
he lost all his abilities, so we pretty much just have to re-equip them to him, which is kind of an inconvenience, but
Yeah.
it's what we have to do.
Yep. And now I am not going to do the 1000 Heartless yet because I've got one more world to go through before I do that particular fight. And that is Pride Lands. Yeah!
出発だ
But to get there, we have to go through one more gummy mission.
Oh, does that mean it's plug time?
Yes, it's plug time, it's donation time, it's everything.
Yeah. Okay. So we have a few marathon long incentives that people should think about when donating. First, we have Ace's puppet show. If met, Ace will do a puppet show in between games, or it will be seen after the data agrees. Secondly, we have Kiwi's drawings. These will be drawings that Kiwi Justice will draw. They will be of a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice, but you need to donate a total of $50 throughout the marathon to be eligible, and this will not be split between multiple people. Finally, we have a bidding war between TehRizzle's face cam and Cyberman's singing voice. So if you want to see Riz's face, or if you want to hear Cyberman sing, then definitely donate towards that. And then do you want me to plug the
Yeah.
stream? Or...
No, I'll do it.
Okay.
So just a reminder to everyone that this is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We're raising money to get our KH community members to HDQ. HDQ, which stands for Awesome Games Done Quick. It's the largest gaming charity marathon, and after 3 long years of not making it in KH, is finally back into HDQ. Now that we are back in, we are trying to raise hype and show the HDQ organisers that the KH community is growing and very hype, and should definitely be considered as a repeat run in future GDQs.
I suppose I can reveal another unique fact in this gummy mission in particular. Such as the enemies that summon missiles here, you can in fact shoot those missiles. However, I'm just choosing to dodge them. Just right there, I can just shot them. They will net you points if you shoot them, but they will not net you medals when you shoot them. This enemy in particular, I think has caused people some trouble. However, his attacks are very easy to dodge. Most people would just generally sit in the center of the screen here and just take a beating. However, if you hang around in one of the corners here, and just before he attacks, you quickly do an alien roll to like the opposite end of the screen here. So from the bottom left here, I would choose to go to the top right, and you stay there. You will dodge his attack completely. That's another small fun fact for you. You can, without changing up gummy ships and its different parts for engine pieces, which would allow you to move around the screen a lot quicker in gummy missions for Kingdom Hearts 2, instead of actually causing you to move faster like they would in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 1.5 and One Final Mix. They just make you move quicker, and they just make you move around the screen quicker, unfortunately. So yeah, there's another small gummy ship fun fact for you. And coming up here is a very fun world called Pride Lands, which is based off of The first Lion King movie.
Lion King is generally one of the more boring worlds because it's a lot of running and then
However,
fighting hyenas, and then running, and then fighting the boss.
this world is, well, pretty boring to go through Soros. However, it is insanely fun to play as a different Sora here, and as you can see, like I am now in a lion form, often referred to as lion Sora.
Very similar to horizontal slash, has ridiculous damage to the enemies.
Yeah. In this particular world, Sora gains a unique set of abilities, plus which do include a second unique ground finisher, an automatic upper slash, a unique horizontal slash for his aerial combos, 2 extra ground and 2 extra air combo pluses. I think that's it for the extra abilities. I'm sure there are more that I am completely forgetting about, but I didn't pay that much attention to them. But those are the main abilities everyone should be aware of. Particularly the unique horizontal slash causes a significant amount of damage when you use it as Lion Sora. And because I've got Hero's Quest equipped that has the ability Air Combo Boost, I do even more damage than I would normally, which is always nice.
Yeah, with Air Combo Boost, the amount of hits you do during a combo adds towards the finisher of the combo, so doing a hit and then a lot of horizontal slash attacks as Lion Sora does a huge finisher hit.
It sort of chains all those hits into a damage modifier, and as you can see from that extra menu there, I got a new Lion Sora ability, which is Dash. And if I just move any direction and hold the square button, I go insanely fast in this world, and I can drift. And it is insanely fun. This is the fastest form of movement in this entire world. So I use it quite a bit when traveling to the different areas of this world. Right.
This Torn page that Damo just got here, that's the third Torn page, I believe. There are
Yes,
5
it is.
total in the whole run. You need the Torn pages just for 100 acre wood, and it's kind of a pain to get some of them.
But
Most of the time they aren't really out of the way.
they are much easier to get in Kingdom Hearts 2 than they were in Kingdom Hearts 1, because instead of being in slightly random locations and in small chests that you have to go around platforming and looking for, they are instead in these giant chests which normally contain a whole manner of special items that you could
And there's one page that you need for 51 puppies, which means you have to collect even more chests in all worlds.
Yep. For Kingdom Hearts 1, 1.5, and Final X.
Yeah, you'll be able to see that during Saiyanz 1.5 or Worlds run a bit later in the week.
On the week, later on this weekend.
Alright, so this is very hyenas are really big trolls. Now, the strat here is to do a thunder and then air combo the crap out of them. Probably
This fight is a lot easier in other versions of this game than it is in Kingdom Hearts 2J.
There's a strat where you just spam reflect. You do a magnet spam reflect and then just nuke them. It's pretty insane.
And as you can see with Sora's unique air combo here, you can do literally a significant amount of damage to these guys before you have to get a finisher on them to finish them off. And as you can see with the first hyena, I decided to use upper slash to save on magic and ethers. And upper slash count and any of the square moves that you can input in between any combos will count as a finishing move. Just as magic and actually finish a combo with the finisher will do.
So, Gara is probably one of the most random fights in this game. He does have phases, but it's kind of hard to tell when he's going to go into that phase. And he really just does whatever he wants. The idea is just to get a lot of damage in, do Simba's limit at the right time, and then hopefully that'll bring you down to enough damage to only have 1 DM, but it's kind of hard to do that. Kinda Simba breaking.
Yeah. Because you're Lion Sora and you have all these different abilities, the abilities that do get taken off do include all your limits, including the limits for non-Kirby, because they cannot perform them as in unique forms. And here's the first
That's pretty good damage for Simba's limit.
Yep. Simba's limit does a significant amount of damage, just like all the other world limits do.
Oh, you gonna get single DM here? It's gonna be close.
Do this. Take damage. As you can see with a lot of the other bosses in this game, they do have damage barriers. And Scarhead does have damage barriers. And I've not been able to find a way to skip this second DM here.
It seems sort of random.
It does seem random because of those damage barriers, and they last a really long time. There we go. I believe they fixed those damage barriers in in regular Kingdom Hearts 2 English for the rest of the world, and Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix.
And now he comes to the point where we go and look for our friend Steve.
Yep. Good buddy Steve. I need some more Steves. So all the Biz subs out there, you can spam the Biz Steve emote. So yeah, this is the Thousand Harvest fight, and basically, look, we want to. The fastest way to go through this fight is to use reaction commands, and we have two to choose from, which are right click on here. Why I did all those robots have disappeared, or the one we ideally want, which is from these robots, nicknamed Steve, who give us the Sparkle Ray. And yeah, there's not much else to that fight other than Sparkle Ray.
Good buddy Steve likes to stay away from the wall and give us a short wind up. Let's see, this guy name's got at the moment, it's clearly Steve. Yeah, it's definitely Steve.
Steve had to disappear because Kyle was being control.
Now sometimes you'll see Damo spin the camera in a specific way. It actually loads some of the enemies a bit better in the game. It gives us a couple extra kills and it's a really nice little trick that you can kill more enemies for free.
The game can't actually load all 1000 Heartless on the screen at the same time. To compensate for this, the game loads the enemies as you destroy them behind Sora, this camera, behind the camera behind Sora here. So by spinning the camera around, it loads more enemies that get destroyed by the spark array here from Steve and his buddies to go through this fight really quick. As the fight draws to a close, where you get around the 900 Heartless mark, the robots, nicknamed Stevie, tend to show up less and less, which is unfortunate if the other, I can't remember what they're called, unfortunately. The Heartless that give you the rising sun, that give you the rising sun reaction command, will tend to knock you away from them, and it will despawn Steve, unfortunately.
Now you'll see here that Damon's just going to go straight to Beast Castle. We're not actually going to complete Beast Castle just yet because all we want is the Keyblade we get from there. It looks extremely powerful, and you'll see why in about Agrabah.
Is the game screen frozen? Yes.
No, it's good now.
Okay.
Would I be able to quickly read off a donation?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, we got a $50 donation from Brian Horn. He says, good luck on the rest of the marathon, guys. Really happy that this is happening. You can put this towards Kiwi's drawing for a nominee. Since he didn't actually give a incentive with it, we're just gonna put it on. Not towards yet, for now.
Okay,
Thank you very much for the donation.
Thanks. Every little bit helps.
So,
This world is really quick.
With the group Trinity glitch, you can end this instantly.
If this was English, I would be using Magnus and Donald's comment rank to end it really quickly. I believe the strategy is basically the same in two final mix. I don't think you use comment though.
Kind of different. It's Magnet, make sure all the enemies are in there, then Trinity using Triangle.
Oh, right, yeah.
Magnet to push them in and out.
So you get to use Trinity again. Trinity everything?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. I'm only going through this world to get a specific Keyblade, which is called Rumbling Rose, and that Keyblade has one extra point of strength over Hero's Crest here, and it also has the highly useful ability called Finishing Plus. And what Finishing Plus does, it does just as it says. It gives you an extra finisher to use as you please. What am I doing?
And because Magnet counts as a finisher, we don't really know why it counts as a finisher, but it does. If we pair that with an explosion finisher, gives us insane damage, not only from the explosion but also from the magnet pulling enemies and pushing them back out over and over again.
Yeah, which does an insane amount of damage. Yeah.
You really don't see it first until Agrabah.
We honestly don't know why Magnet works as that specific finisher, but it probably has something to do with how magic, it's like all magic is a finisher, is considered a finisher, or considered finishing moves.
Now, just like the first visit, pirates are ridiculously weak to magic, so we're just gonna spam Blizzard on this first fight.
Yep. We used to use older strats until new ones were found, where we would toggle Dongle Blizzard on as well, where he could output some damage as well, and in particularly the Grim Reaper 1 and 2 fights, in case you managed to knock him out of a blizzard, Donald could cover you back for you and cause a lot of damage, and still cause damage. That's new. I didn't know you could continually fall on that ledge there. So yeah. Because the transition fights in this world would take a significant amount of time, we used that particular glitch of just entering into the ship and then entering out and then entering back out and selecting the same place again to like instantly appear there without having to do the fight itself.
So Grim Reaper 1 is another boss where group Trinity glitch is used.
However, unlike the other boss fights where I would stagger them, if any of too far away again, yeah. If I decided to face that major drive towards him and it actually caused damage, he would teleport away instantly when I pulled him in with the with that group trinity, with the finisher that pulls all enemies towards the center of it. Normally, like to prevent this, I use major drive and face it away from him, and then start the combo. So he's pulled in, and he would normally do an attack, which would keep him in place long enough for the combo to actually start up.
Yeah.
I think I've realized what I've forgotten too, but I can pick it up on the way. I've forgotten a really major thing.
Oh, you almost forgot Peter Pan.
No, like picking up Peter Pan reminded me of who I forgot to pick up. Yeah, you know who.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can
Right,
still pick him back up.
Visit.
I can still pick him back up. Thank
Yeah,
God.
you can get him on second visit.
Yeah. What I stupidly forgot to pick up was the summon Stitch. And Stitch is a very useful, albeit random summon, who normally hangs about your screen while he's out, and he can help protect you from attacks. Uses guitar on enemies to make them drop HP orbs if you are in danger of dying. But the real reason we want him is he can refill your MP instantly whenever he decides. And it is that ability that I do want to take advantage of in this particular category. Yeah. However, I completely forgot to pick him up. But that's okay, because I can still pick him up on the revisit. Yeah.
Yeah. 終わりだ。
So, doing Valet on this first gambler here is optional. If you like it, you can either do Valor or you can do Comet.
Or in 2J, you can always do Trinity as well.
Yeah, you can do Trinity too. Personally, I find Comet more consistent, but some people just prefer Valor.
I know I prefer Valor over Comet or Trinity. So yeah, all I'm doing is just going through this world and collecting the medallions from the nobles that spawn. And I collect them from specific places because it is the fastest to actually collect them from these certain places here. If I chose to be in the ship graveyard, there are only 2 points where I can actually kill nobodies and collect the medallions. However, on this part of the world, the Isle de la Muerte or Muerta or whatever, I can't pronounce its name. It is much faster to collect them there. There we go. No. Especially if we use Valor or using Valor form or Comet or Trinity on that section, because there are more areas to go through and to destroy the nobodies and collect the medallions. So would you like to explain the Grim Reaper 2 fight here?
Yeah, so you see just before he entered Grim Reaper 2, he equipped the Monochrome. Now Monochrome is useful in this fight because it has item boost. And item boost pretty much acts as elixirs for MP, refilling them pretty much all the way. So this allows us to get a really, really quick Comet off, as well as a Thunder after we do the reaction command. And a lot of
not enough damage.
Spamming. A lot of the spiders just spamming Comet on Grim Reaper 2. Yeah, Grim Reaper 2.
Yeah. And again, because this enemy in particular has damage barriers, I can just as soon as I knock him out, I can't use Group Trinity. So instead, I use ultimate strats.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, you only use Group Trinity on the last phase.
No, not even the last phase. It's still the same as English.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not as fast.
But yeah, see that Thunder he managed to get off, knock all the rest of the medallions out of him. That wouldn't be possible to do as well as the Comet without Monochrome.
There we go. That was better.
Yeah,
and now we're in the third phase where he takes every single medallion in that chest, instead of just a small part of them.
This is the reason why we need to watch our anti-points in KH2 English and KH2-J.
Yep.
Because...
And King of Master Final Mix as well.
So many orbs. I don't think we really need to watch Team Final Mix, but sort of.
Sort of.
I guess. Yeah. Thunder from Master knocks out a ridiculous amount of points and gets all 882 out of him very quickly.
Yep.
And then we freeze him just long enough so then we can put all the coins back in. So we finish him off with one last Comet.
There we go. That was a good fight.
That was a pretty nice fight.
Again, because Donald and Goofy's limits are supremely powerful in both this and the worldwide / English version of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, they really nerfed those abilities in FM.
Yep. So the next one I'll be going to is right back to Halloween Town, and that's for I actually can't remember why. Oh, right, for its Keyblade, Decisive Pumpkin, and that Keyblade is supremely useful.
Yeah, Decisive Pumpkin is far the best Keyblade in this game for ground combos.
Yep.
because it has combo boost and you can get a lot of damage off with finishes very, very quickly.
Yep.
However, you really only see it used by Sora one time in the whole run, and then used in Valor for the rest of the run, Zald and onwards.
Yep.
Although in All World we do replace it with the Guardian Soul.
Yeah. Now, this fight with Lock, Shock, and Barrel here, what I used to do was use the group Trinity here to instantly suck them up and just have them in place and get a few extra hits. However, instead here, I decided to use the English and 2 final mix strat of using Dance Ball. Box in here. There we go. So yeah, that was a really, really good fight. Like I see, if I was using Group Trinity, it would take too long with all of its hits to knock Lock, Shock, and Barrel out. But with Dance Call, it's much, much easier to leave them in place and do all that damage. And I got a lucky spot. Here.
But just a question, Damo. Are you going to be going and obtaining final form in this run?
Yes, I will be getting final form in this run.
That's a very good choice.
Yep. Nothing goes wrong with this thing I'm about to do. It'll take some time, but
do
final form's guaranteed. Yes, you have time. Yes, you have.
Okay. We have a $10 donation from Sherry, and it says, "Thank you guys for making this KH marathon happen. My favorite video game series. I already saw some impressive stuff, and I'm looking forward to see more runs. Good luck to Damo, and please donate my money to Singing Liquid."
Yeah!
No.
Yes! You will sing with me. Would you like to plug why that's an actual donation instead of liquid? Oh, got it worked out. No?
How much time do I have to quickly plug the stream?
You have plenty of... you have time, it's only up to...
Yeah, it's
minigame.
present RNG.
Yeah, which is complete
Oh,
RNG
okay.
as to what happens. To get
I'm
100
just going to
points.
plug the actual marathon for now.
Okay.
I'll plug the donation incentives in a bit. This is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to AGDQ. AGDQ, which stands for Awesome Games Done Quick, is the largest gaming charity marathon, and after around 3 long years of not making it in, KH is finally back into the AGDQ scene. Now that we're back in, we're trying to get to raise the hype and show the AGDQ organizers that the KH community is growing and very hype, and should definitely be considered a repeat run in the future.
Damn, Yolk is much more top tier than me.
Yeah.
Please.
And compared to me, you can't even plug the
Alright.
stream.
So the way
Bad.
that this present RNG works is that these boxes will spawn randomly at the game's will. Just there's nothing you can do to control it or manipulate it or anything. It's very, very annoying, but
There's nothing much
you
we
just
can
have to
do. And,
accept whatever you get.
yep. So the fight I am about to enter is the experiment fight. And in this fight, what this boss 10 likes to do is to break apart after you've done enough damage. However, to stop that, we've got a summon who can help us. by... That's unfortunate. So what I actually wanted to do there was to aim him at the lasers to immediately get him into this unique form here for me to do damage. And as I said before, what this boss actually likes to do is to break apart a lot, and to stop that, I have Peter Pan here. To keep staggering him long enough for me to get more combos off to continue staggering him and to stop him from breaking apart. Enough for me, and every time Peter Pan attacks, he drops large MP orbs, which Sora can collect, which will help recharge his MP gauge faster. Therefore, I can actually get off another limit, which is for Trinity to do massive amounts of damage. Until that final phase.
Yeah, Peter Pan basically has this infinite stun lock ability where his attacks do not increase revenge value, but his attacks always stun the enemy.
Yeah. As long as they keep going. That feature is really taken advantage of in a certain fight. I gotta do that. Bugger. I am not smart. Right. What most runners would do by the time they visit this world is to destroy the stalls here, which would set up a chain reaction, and that will show off a unique Heartless called Bulky Vendors. And what they do is give you basically free experience whenever you perform a reaction command on them. That reaction command will also drop random items depending on how low his HP gauge is. And as soon as he's revealed, that HP gauge will always go down until you decide to use the reaction command. But seeing as how they spawned in Halloween Town, I chose to grab one of the bulky vendors there in place of the ones that showed up in this world.
But this is really the first instance where you see how overpowered Bling Rose actually is.
With its finishing
as we said
possibility.
before, Magnet counts as a finish. Magnet counts as a finisher, so when we do a finisher, as long as we have Rumbling Rose equipped or the ability finishing boss, we can do another finisher straight after it. So this allows us to get allows us to get two finishers off in quick succession. In this case, it will be Magnet and then Explosion. And as I said before, the Explosion would do a lot of damage just itself, and then the Magnet pushing in and out would do even more damage.
And that allows us to get rid of the Waves of Heartless ridiculously quickly.
Yeah, we use it for most of the game from here on out.
Yeah.
I think we only unequip Rumbling Rose for Starseeker in Bradlands 2.
Yeah, and then we unequip it again in the world that never was.
Yeah, for Monochrome.
As you can see there, I did take a small risk when I was using that magnet. What it's generally recommended to do is to, with the rapid thruster Heartless in particular, is to fly towards the back of that sealed off arena there, or the barrier, and then use the magnet, and explosion finisher. There is a small window of time where you can get it off instantly on one of them, and all of them will be trapped there. Do the despawn strats, right?
Yeah, along here there's two lots of despawn strats. First one is if you go down low enough on the thunder switch
and hang there for a moment, by the time you suddenly rise up towards a thunder switch, I think about 85, most of the Heartless will disappear, and that will spawn maybe like one or two more Heartless to replace them. However, in that time frame, it's enough for you to get the thunder off and then leave.
Yeah, and then on your way to the Blizzard Switch, if you hang to the very top of the arena and then fly down on top of the Blizzard Switch, no enemies will spawn around you.
Just go to
The neat little trick.
Slight right hand side. A small fun fact that there is an out of bounds in that particular section.
Yo, I'm gonna
you
do
can get
that in my
into.
run.
Yeah, you should do that.
That's what I'm gonna do.
It's very useful to stop the Heartless from attacking you. However, it has been explored and we can't go anywhere outside of that, unfortunately. So what I just did in that tower was pick up the fourth page for 100 Acre Wood, and I've got 4 out of 5 pages now. One of those pages is definitely in that tower. And then I decided to walk off to trigger the next cutscene for the story of this world, which would then lead to this minigame. And this is where we have to pay more careful attention to our experience gauge to make sure we actually have enough experience.
This is one of the very few major experience sections of the game. You want to be 31 for Zoldan. It's not necessary to be 31 for Jafar, it just helps out a bit. You need to be 31 for Zoldan to pull off a strat that allows you to beat him in 12 jumps.
Especially in the English version, but I don't know about the final version. I don't know what level it's supposed to be there.
It's a completely different strat.
As you can see, I was only 215 points off the next level, which should have been 31. However, I just fell slightly short. Yeah, I only fell slightly short.
This is really the only time in the entire run where you have to pay attention to your experience.
The ideal amount of experience you want to have left before you hit level 31 is about 3,000 experience points off, just before you get to the next Zelda, the Zeldan fight.
Yeah, the Dragoon fight drops 3,300 experience, so if you're under that, you'll find that anything over you have to do a completely different strat.
Yeah, you have to do a slightly different strat here. However, in Kingdom Hearts 2J, you don't have to worry about that strat as much if you have enough Trinity hits, which I do, but I'm going to play it on the slightly safe side.
Now, you guys saw the demo-equipped Decisive Pumpkin there?
And an extra ability.
I didn't see what the ability was.
It's Slapshot.
Oh, Slapshot, that's right, yeah. Demo equipped Slapshot and Decisive Pumpkin. Now, those are going to be incredibly useful for this fight because Decisive Pumpkin, as I said before, has combo boost. And because this fight is all ground combos, you can get a lot of really strong finishes off.
In particular, the best combos to do for this with all your strength is these unique slide dashes on the carpet here. I'm not going to go for 2 cycles.
Yeah, slide
I'm not very good at it.
yeah, if you leave slide dashes going long enough, you can get a lot of damage in. But if you're just mashing X, then it's kind of hard to get a good chunk of damage in. But as I said before, Slapshot allows you to do combos very quickly. You'll see on the second hit that Sora does sort of this upper slash attack. And that's what Slapshot is. It makes it a lot faster. Ah, no.
Yeah, I got caught. That's okay. Okay. Yeah. There, you can perform the final mix strat, which is to destroy Genie Jafar here in 2 combos. In just two cycles of causing that by defeating his abs and causing him to crouch over in pain. However, that depends on the unique carpet slide dashes, where Sora goes towards his head and spins his keyblade. However, I'm not very good at that. I've only ever managed to do that a few times. But by using that strat in particular, which is which can be done in both J and English, to do those combos in specific ways, which is the slide dashes, keyblade. Yeah, which is to use those unique slide dashes into 4 combos, letting him recover, attacking the stomach again, another 4 combos, let him recover, attack the stomach one last time, then you do 3 combos, 3 combos, spin, use his reaction command, and this fight is going wonderfully right now. You can defeat him very easily without him activating his unique desperation move ability. Again, taking full advantage of Rumbling Rose's ability Finching Plus to use the magnet and explosions on those dragoons to cause or all those abilities to cause a significant amount of damage to kill them really fast. And here we have the Zeldin fight right here.
I don't think you equip Decisive Pumpkin to Valor.
I don't have to on KH2-J.
Oh, that's right. Fuck.
Yeah. Trinity, remember?
Fucking keep forgetting about that. Wow, it's $3 to switch, huh?
Yeah. So if you're playing this game and you don't have enough, oh god, no, what are you doing?
Whoa, what was that?
Now I know what it is. There we go. Okay, yeah, so what was supposed to happen is I wasn't supposed to hit him with that major drive. And I completely... Yeah, because otherwise he will retaliate with an attack, and that's not ideal. And I completely forgot that I'm not supposed to do that. But yeah, if you're playing this game and you don't have enough Trinity hits, which should be about the 535 to 540 mark, I think. Somewhere, yeah, 530 to 540 mark. You cannot one-cycle Zeldin there. And I was showing off the safe strat where you go into the fight with Valor, you get a few jumps and use them on him before using the Trinity, and then then he'll just die.
So this is the last compulsory world you have to complete in the whole run. Everything else is optional.
That's good.
So we could just go on, we could beat this world, go on and finish the game, but we're not going to do that because we're cool and we want to do all the worlds.
Yeah, this is the all worlds category. So we have
All worlds is
to.
only true category. We're even going to do some finny fun.
It is the best category. Yeah. And so coming up is the Rookie fight, and there's not much to say about the Rookie fight other than just do as much damage as you can, as best you can. With combinations of combos and Trinity. I think this would be a good time to plug for any donations real quick.
We actually don't have any donations, but
Okay.
I will plug the incentives because I didn't do that before. First we have Ace's Puppet Show. Pardon.
That would be nice, sir.
God, Damo, please, you're confusing me. First we have Ace's Puppet Show, which we will use to fill times between games or after the data org race. I'll actually give you how much we need left. We need $110 for Ace's Puppet Show. So if you really want to see Ace do a puppet show, get your money in. Secondly, we have Kiwi's drawings. These are drawings that Kiwi Justice will draw of a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice. You must donate a total of $50 throughout the marathon, and this will not be split between multiple people. And the final one we have is TehRizzle's face cam versus singing Cyberman, and this is a bid one. And that is all. Back to you, Damo.
Nice, thanks. And yeah, that was an example of a horrible Riku fight.
Be sure to donate for that that Ace Puppet Show. It's pretty fucking insane.
More money for the swear jar. Yeah. But yeah, that Ace Puppet Show should be really, really good to see. The entire community recommends it, no matter what Ace himself has to say.
Anyways, that Riku fight is completely RNG. The best possible luck you can get is if Riku is and just does like a couple of slow hits and then one huge uppercut hit. That's probably the best RNG you can get because you stay really close to him, get the most damage off on him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that fight is RNG in all versions of this game, so...
Yeah. The idea is to stay really close to him and like get the most damage of, including all the arrow blades, or the rapid thruster. What am I doing? This is J, not English. I can just end off a major drive. Yeah. Again, really easy to take care of that fight in particular because of Group Trinity. However, I did choose to do the magnet there for some extra drive, but I don't think I'll get the drive back if I went into the next Nobody fight up here on this version.
Yeah, normally many of these fights in like the NTSC game, you just spam Magnet Explosion and then do a comment. In this game, it's just a lot of Trinity.
Yeah. So, you know what that means.
Damn.
You know what I'm doing there?
Full strat.
I'm doing a stylish finish. And so, in this world, I go up to the right of the Emperor's chair there, to pick up the final page for 100 Acre Wood. And that's all 5 pages complete. I can go there now at any time to complete that world.
Now with this fight, if you have enough hits with Group Trinity, you can actually one-shot this fight, which is pretty...
And the number of hits you need to actually one-shot him, right here that I'm doing, is around the 550 mark. Normally that final hit would do the damage required to kill him. But...
yeah, it just weren't close enough.
That hit completely missed. If it did, I would have ended the fight in style. Instead of having to do that. Which is unfortunate. I wanted to show off the Sora's stylish moves.
Ah, no stylish finish allowed.
This is serious business. Yeah.
So
yeah, with this world complete now.
This is where it kind of gets a bit different from the most optimal route that you can do. Normally what we do, if you're going for a record, you just skip what Damo's going to do in The World That Never Was and get final form.
Yep.
Normally you just completely skip that and go straight to, I think it's Pride Lands 2. Because it wastes time.
Yeah. Yeah, in the English route, you would go to Olympus Coliseum, then Pride Lands, like back to Pride Lands, then Atlantica, then you would go and have some petty fun before going to Hollow Bastion and taking care of, like after a quick fight, you would take care of 100 Acre Wood. And,
play a lot of minigames.
And repair the book, and then you would and then you would finish Space Paranoids 2 before, and then finally you would finish the game. And
you have to do all that while conserving your drive points because you don't want to get anti-form and MCP.
It's been some trouble to route out a way to consistently not get anti-form on the MCP fight, so you can do it really fast. Again, as Liquid said earlier, there are some small gummy ship backs. Like, I think this is in particular one of my favorite gummy missions of all time. Especially for this game, because there are a lot of things going on at once, and a particularly fun thing that I found out ages ago casually was that you can go through those smaller ships here, like I just did, and I can go through some more right up here. Bang! They actually have no mass; they cannot damage you. You can fully damage them, and they'll give you points for destroying them. Count as enemies and give you some more score, yada yada yada. But you can just go straight through them, and you can technically go through a lot of ships in this place, in particular, if something's not meant to damage you. Such as these little door barriers that I will be going through right here. You can roll straight through them and everything. A unique fact that that was told to me by another runner of this game is that you can actually not even have to roll through the doors. You can literally sit there and they will physically not do any damage to your gummy ship, but you will lose metal levels, and they will count as your gummy ship being hit. I'm really bad at these rolls right now. That's the fact about this gummy mission. It's a very unique thing, with a whole lot of ghost ships in it, which are very spooky. This would be a really good time to plug in donations and the promo streams and all that. Unless Yelp's asleep.
Okay. I'm not asleep. I had my mic muted. I was having some crackers.
Don't be dead, Yelp.
Sorry.
Okay. This is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to AGDQ. AGDQ, which stands for Awesome Games Done Quick, is the largest gaming charity marathon, and after around 3 long years of not making it in, KH is finally back in AGDQ. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show the AGDQ organizers that the KH community is growing and very hype. You should definitely, and should definitely be considered a repeat run in the future. And for incentives, because I need to stress the fact that Ace's puppet show still has not been reached.
Oh,
No.
what is everyone doing? We need this puppet show,
Ace's puppet
everyone.
show.
We want this
This
Ace's
will
puppet
be
show.
done after data work, or in between runs. We also have Kiwi's drawings, which Kiwi Justice draw a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice. You must donate $50 total throughout the marathon, so it doesn't have to be in one donation as long as you keep donating. And finally, we have a bidding war for TehRizzle's Facecam versus Singing Cyberman. And we actually just got a donation too.
Oh, hooray! Perfect.
Nice.
We got a $10 donation from Daniel Marsh. You do not have a comment, so I do not know where you want it or what your name is, but yeah. And there we go.
Alright.
How much time do I have actually?
I'm just entering the world now.
Oh, okay, then I'll just stop there and I'll say something else after.
Yeah. Alrighty. That's... Alright. So, again, we're using, I'm using Valorform just for, movement, and, what you saw me there was using, one drive recovery, to get back one extra, drive gauge point. Once, like, if this form, ran out or I chose to revert really early. And and drive is again like ridiculously important in this game because it's used to transfer into like all these different forms that Sora can use, which depending on how you use them, can be really super powerful, or you can get taken out really quick if you're not very good with them. And they also allow you to use summons, such as Chicken Little, Genie, and Peter Pan here. Would you like to explain why Peter Pan is so important in this fight now, Liquid?
I would love to.
Yeah.
Alright, so as you saw before on the experiment fight, Peter Pan was dropping like a bunch of MP orbs, which allowed Damo to get a lot of his magic back incredibly quickly. In this fight, with Magnet and Explosion, you see a lot of MP orbs drop throughout the entire fight, and it just gives a lot of MP back and allows you to keep spamming Magnet and Explosion over and over again. Now, Mickey sometimes can just not be very nice. And
Because Mickey is a unique partner in this fight, and while it is while he is really useful in Final Mix because in Final Mix because they beat him up a lot. He is a bit of a pain in this fight in particular because he likes to knock the enemies away from your magnet and to the other side of the area.
that was a
Yeah.
really fast fight. Holy.
Which is really good. We used to use Stitch there way back because he could instantly fill out our MP gauge whenever he wanted. However, that was again RNG dependent on him altogether, whether he wanted to give us MP or not, which could turn that fight, could make that fight go by really, really quickly, or it could make us waste a whole bunch of time. We've been, the community is we're figuring out various strategies before we thought of Stitch, which did involve like using Knock Smash. Was Whirligig ever used there?
Not that I'm aware.
I don't know. But yeah, we use a whole bunch of limits.
Only thing I've known of is Stitch, because I wasn't around the community back at the time when they were using Knock Smash and stuff.
Yeah, I think way back then we used to use like a bunch of limits to keep them around, and different keyblades as well to try and get through the fight as fast as possible until we discovered Stitch gave us MP back and he can be useful in that. But then we found Peter Pan.
Alright, so this first fight is really consistent, just usually it's either 2 or 3 magnet explosions. And then we have the fight with Axel. Axel can either really help you out or can really screw you over.
He's kind of like Mickey in that regard.
Yeah, it's very similar. Axel, sometimes he'll do just the wrong attack at the wrong time, and he'll fling enemies way up into the air, and it will lose you a lot of time.
Just like that. Oh, actually, that was still pretty good. Wow.
The best situation for Axel is if he does sort of the spinning. Wow, that was really good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is KH2-J faster?
The best situation for Axel is doing the spinning. I don't know what his blades are called. Doing that spinning attack and pushing them in and out of the magnet over and over again, it'll just do a lot of damage.
Yeah. And we take advantage of Rumbling Rose's finishing plus to get a magnet and then instantly go to our choice of finisher, which is Explosion, to do a lot of damage to every enemy.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh god. It's time.
And now it's time.
The rocks are skip.
Yeah.
Can you get it?
Yeah. Come on.
Alright, we got it.
Yes!
Okay. So, with that, we actually got another $10 donation from the person that sent the previous message, and he said, "Puppet show, please." Same with the last donation. So,
yeah.
$90 off of that puppet show.
$90 off of the puppet show. Oh my god, yes. We need that puppet show.
Alright, so what Damo is doing right now is he's gonna go and grind final form. Just so he can reset his anti-points by obtaining a new form. This can take countless tries.
Yeah.
I think the highest that I've seen is like 20 something.
There we go, Valor level 3 too.
Also at this point, he wants to try and get Valor level 3, because he'll need that for the MCP fight.
Yeah.
Just got it, that's very awesome.
I have... okay. Ooh. Yes! I got it. Final point.
Nice, third try.
Yeah.
In Karakov confirmed.
In my PB, in my PB for JL Worlds, I actually got final form first try.
Damn.
Like, it was the first time I'd ever even ran it too. And this was way back in the day. I think someone in chat was asking whether KH2-J was faster than KH2 English.
Yeah, someone
But
did
yes, it is. And yes, Kingdom Hearts 2-J any percent is definitely faster than Kingdom Hearts 2 English any percent as it stands right now.
KH2-J any percent, it currently has a 402. And that's not exactly as optimized as it can get, whereas the 403 in KH2 English is pretty damn optimized.
Yeah.
Like, I think a 4 flat or even lower can be done with KH2-J.
Yep. So the way I'm handling fights here is to use a magnet explosion to do a bunch of damage to take advantage of Rumbling Rose's finishing plus, and then using a limit of my choice to destroy whoever any Heartless that are left. For English, why did I do that? Yeah, for English, it's ideal to leave comment on, so you can just comment rank whoever's left to take out any heartless who are still left. Yeah, but because this is Kingdom Hearts 2J, I can just use Trinity. I did, originally, when I was doing some routing for All Worlds in English, I did play around with these fights a bit, and before I decided to stick with just, using, Magnet Explosion Finisher, and then just a limit. Yeah. So this world, so this Olympus Coliseum revisit is actually really, really short, because we're coming into this at a really high level.
It's actually a lot of fun as well.
Yeah.
I genuinely enjoy the second visit. It does have a bit of running, but it's still a lot of fun.
It's not as slow as it would be on the first visit.
Oh god, that first visit sucks, because you can actually control this.
And the really fun thing is, because we get skateboards during these long sections.
Whee!
If you've actually been through a world for the first time, after your first visit, there are skateboards that can spawn in certain locations, which do speed up your movement significantly. Especially in the underworld, during Hollow Bastion, during Hollow Bastion on your way to Space Paranoids, you do get like a skateboard partway through. Like to speed up
it's in the corridors.
through one area.
In the corridors, and there's another one in the
not the Space Paranoids one. It's on the way to yeah.
Oh, my bad.
There is a skateboard in the corridors that appears when you visit it a second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll be taking advantage of that to move really, really quickly. Coming up here is the Hades fight, actually. Story-wise, we got a statue of Auron, and we just like sprinkle that over him like some magic dust, and he regains all his senses because Hades isn't controlling him or whatever because of story. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Normally there's, since I skipped that cutscene there's an extra one to show off the fight. But in this version, it's treated like everything is treated all as that one cutscene, so you don't get that little flash of an extra cutscene skip. However, that is fixed in both the English and Final Mix versions. I actually don't know why that's that way.
Into that fight. You notice the demo into that fight pretty much instantly. That's another fight that's sort of based off hits. And you can end it just by doing a simple magnet explosion. It's pretty weird that that's all it takes.
And if this was English All I'd be doing a completely new strat. But however, because this is KH2-J, Trinity, and as you can see, I didn't get build up enough hits to kill him. I think he takes the same amount of hits as you would need for Storm Rider one cycle, which is around 550. Yeah. And the Keyblade that you get after that is the supremely useful one, Guardian Soul, which has the ability Reaction Boost. And that is a very, very good Keyblade. Especially if you're one who especially if you're someone who spams the triangle on all the enemies for reaction commands or RCs.
And now we're heading towards the most lengthy, annoying world.
Rhinelands 2. As you can see, and during the menu, in particular, the extra menu in back in Olympus Coliseum, I took off Starseeker off of Final Form, and for a good reason. Because whenever you're in whenever you're in that's good. Yeah. Okay. Whenever you're in Pride Lands, for some mysterious reason, as this other form of Sora, Lion Sora, here, you have no access to any other Keyblades from like Valor, Master, or Final Form. They are completely locked within this world for some strange reason. You would have to physically leave the world and drop into another one to be able to change those Keyblades around again.
So this hyena fighter, it's very annoying. It can be very trolly if it really wants to be. The hyenas can run away from you, but you got a new ability called Running Tackle, where if you attack an enemy, the finisher of that attack, or the final attack of the attack, will actually fling the enemy up into the air. So it makes this fight quite a bit easier. Plus you have Thunder that also shoots him into the air.
Ideally, like this hyena is really giving me a bad hat right there. Where's the next one?
Yeah, that first hyena was really trolling you.
Yeah. So it's easy just to use like a Thunder or any real magic there to knock them out. And what I want to do is to try and knock the hyenas into a wall, because while they're into a wall, they fall down. These hyenas tend to fall down really slow. I'm gonna have to use magic there. Yeah. These hyenas tend to fall really slow when they're jumping or when they're being knocked back here and they're not leaping. Which allows me, if they're actually knocked into a wall, I have enough time to catch up to them while they're jumping against it to get off a running tackle as they land, which is a new command as soon as after you talk to after you trigger a cutscene talking to Simba at the start of this world, which again acts like is like another finisher. If you hit the enemy right at the end, and you're allowed to do this just to just to do a quick circle attack. It's kind of like Final 2FM's circle break ability.
Oh, you mean round break?
Yeah, round break. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
And ideally, that fighter is designed to like dash after all the hyenas and to use that running tackle attack to stun them real quick. That way, you can do more damage to them. Do you want to explain why I'm using this Keyblade in particular?
Starseeker basically. Starseeker gives you an extra Air Combo Plus, which allows you to get another square attack off. And because the square attacks are ridiculously powerful, it makes fights like Ground Shaker a lot faster.
And even the hyenas.
And it's much... Yeah, even the hyenas. It's much more worth the exchange over potentially getting a strong finisher with Hero's Crest and switching out for an extra square attack.
The extra, I actually can't. The extra aerial square attack, like horizontal slashy, does a lot more damage than what you would do with Hero's Crest and Air Combo Boost. And I have actually tested this with timers, and on average it seemed to save about a minute over this, like, in this entire world with Starseeker equipped.
Wait, how much did you say?
About a minute or so.
A minute? Wow, I didn't realize it was
Yeah.
that much. I thought 40.
Okay, that's plenty of damage. And do you want to explain why this fight is really unique, in particular, and it really causes
Alright,
a lot of
so-
annoyances? Okay, this fight.
This fight is incredibly different from all the others because the way you damage the Heartless is you can damage the Heartless two possible ways. One is by attacking the eye, which Damo is doing at the moment, and the other one is by attacking the sort of totems, I guess, on the head or something.
Yeah.
And
those totems are the totem on the Heartless's head here are the things you actually do want to attack to actually get a kill on the Heartless here.
yeah, you can't kill
yeah.
you can't kill Shaker with the from the eye. You can only kill him from the actual head.
Yeah, you can't kill him from when he's the game. The instructions up, the information up top here would say the Heartless is trapped within has gone back into this large body here, which would be the totem bombs, and that's why you can damage the head because theoretically it's damaging him still. But you cannot kill the Heartless. Believe me, I've literally tried, and there's enough combos here to get a finisher off here, and he will not be dead. He's literally hanging on by the thread or by the skin of his teeth until I actually do a finishing hit on the masks here.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get the finishing hit off because he goes through this whole phase of trying.
And
to
I can't exactly use Thunder because
Yeah,
this
'cause
boss is immune to Thunder. Yeah. I think he's immune to Fire as well. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
The reason he's immune to Thunder is because you get a Thunder upgrade by beating him, which gives me the magic Thundaga. Now I am going to, in my opinion, the best world in this game, Atlantica. And unlike the first one, where you would like float around and try to hit like as many Heartless as possible, yada yada, it was a bit annoying. But you kind of got used to the controls and the way it worked. In this version of the game, it is a battle level of 0, which means you can just casually hang about the world as much as you damn want. And the best thing about it is they're all musical songs. You get to sing and dance to, and all that good stuff. And this going mission in particular, like the Port Royal going mission, is a bit long, and you're allowed to take a break, which I'm going to do right now. This would be a good time to plug any donations and stuff.
I knew it. Okay, we don't actually have any donations. Which I don't know why. You guys aren't voting for the puppet show. Okay, well this is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to AGDQ. AGDQ, which stands for Awesome Games Done Quick, is the largest gaming charity marathon. And after around 3 long years of not making it in, KH is finally back into AGDQ. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show the AGDQ organizers that the KH community is growing and very hype, and should definitely be considered a repeat run in future AGDQs. A few marathon-long incentives that we have going on is obviously Ace's Puppet Show. We are $90 off of seeing that masterpiece. Second, we have Kiwi's drawings. Kiwi Justice will draw you a Kingdom Hearts character of your choice. You must donate a total of $50 throughout the marathon, so you don't have to donate a single $50 as long as in total by the end of the marathon you have $50. And finally, we have a bidding war between TehRizzle's Facecam versus Singing Cyberman. And this is a bidding war. And that will actually be ending at the end of the KH2-J any percent run. Another incentive that's somewhat coming up is to beat Sephiroth at level 1. And this is for the KH1.5 beginner 80% run.
Okay, I'm back.
That is after the 2FM critical run. And perfect timing.
Alright.
To the chat, I am not singing in Japanese.
Japanese? Oh, I actually... Surprising...
Oh,
for the English version of this game, I've memorized a lot of the English lyrics because I love that world so much. I know pretty much 90% of the lyrics to every song.
I'll sing one word, and that is Subarashi.
That's the third song in this game, in this world. So yeah, everyone get hyped for some Japanese finny fun. I mean, it is part of the world that is under the sea. I mean, we might have to face some of Ursula's revenge, but you know, a new day always dawns. I am very funny. Again, that gummy mission is like Port Royal gummy mission, but because I've got a different gummy ship, it's actually a lot harder to die because you've been given a lot more health, and the enemies, I don't think the enemies do as much damage and will hit you, which is always nice for a complete break. A complete break where you can take a leak and get a drink. Oh god. It's also a bit weird how they place Sora in this world as well. Every time you come back to visit this world for the next song and part of the story, Sora will not be facing the character you have to talk to trigger the next cutscenes and songs and stuff.
Another interesting thing about this, if you push start during any of these songs, you don't have the option to go back and actually continue the song. You have to retry it or quit.
Yep.
It's a very, very dumb mechanic. I don't know why they put it in.
I don't think they could have had an extra countdown to prepare you, which is what most rhythm games would do. But yeah, this is basically a rhythm game. And if you've played something like Osu or Elite Beat Agents or something, they have a very similar mechanic where you just tap something at the right time and you'll get like a huge score. And in this place you'll get like an excellent or a good. And it's slightly faster to actually get a good or an excellent on all these triggers instead of just getting bad. So Sebastian gives you shorter dialogue because he's normally saying like, "Oh yeah, you did it." Now it's like, "Now do some more," and see, just like that. Anytime you come out of something or enter the world properly again like that, you'll be facing the other way. However, they changed that to English and Final Mix to actually face you towards where you're supposed, which character you're supposed to talk to. Which I'm very glad they did. And this is the first song. Enjoy, everyone.
Dude, I wish I could spam Finny Fun. That makes me sad.
You cannot spam it.
I can't spam it on the mod.
Everyone spam it. And because these are minigames as well, like aimed at just in a rhythm sense, they all have different objectives as you go through each song. such as like get a certain amount of excellence in a row, or like have at least one by the end of the song, which is what Finny Fun does. Keep him like raise a meter up. Like spam the button as much as you can, or like a score attack. And I find it's like really fun to just chill out to and keep a loose focus on. Let's check out Finny Fun.
Very easy. Come on and just take a chance and shake a fin. Run with it. Oh my god.
I actually knew how to say that. Surprisingly.
They all both. Oh wait, there goes the note, I think. That was fantastic! When this way we'll dance and we'll play.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah! That's the first song done. Yeah! And then we have one of my favorite songs in this. The next song up is Japanese Part of Your World.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Normally how it's designed to go through this world in particular is you go through the first song and then it kicks you out because you haven't got a specific thing yet, which in this case would be Magnet for the first time. And then next time you need at least 5 drive gauges. The third time it tells you to get Magnera for the story, and then the last time you just have to get, I think it's either Faraga or Thundaga, which we've already got, which is always nice. I mess this up.
Look at this.
I just need to get 5 in a row.
Wouldn't you think my collection's complete?
I actually... There we go, I've got 5. This trove,
The girl who
treasures untold.
thing.
How many wonders can one
What
cavern
else
hold?
can one
Looking
cavern
around,
looking around here you think?
show.
Sure.
She's got
She's got everything.
I've got gadgets
I
and
got
gizmos aplenty.
Gizmos aplenty.
I've got who's it, so what's its go?
What's it go?
You want thingamabobs?
You want
I've got
thingamabobs?
20.
I got
But
20.
who cares?
But who cares?
No big deal.
No big deal.
I want more.
I want more. I want to be where the people.
I actually don't know the Japanese lyrics to this. I can't pronounce them. I'd actually have to pay attention. Actually, I don't know what I'm pronouncing. Yeah. I also like that that backup echo by Liquid Weepy here.
Yo, I'm pro.
Yeah. And that was just a small example of what you can expect later on in the marathon in the upcoming days. Alright. Now this third song here is another one of my personal favorites. It is under the sea. Not yet, man, not yet. Jeez. Just like hold your horses, hold your horses. Not yet. I have to get into the song first. There we go. Alright, another cutscene. And then the minigame trigger. And now we start this thing. I actually only know one full line for this. Basically, that's it. That's all I bothered to learn.
God damn the chat.
I'm lazy. Subarashi!
Dobarashi. The chat just turns into spam whenever it gets to Atlanta.
Yeah! Sushi under the sea. Darling, watashi no iu koto shinji ite. Boko wa narate. I actually don't know this. Subarashi. Under the sea, Subarashi. Under the sea.
Under the sea.
They get the urge to start to play. We got this way. You got to hear it, Subarashi. Under the sea, Subarashi. Under the sea.
Dobarashi.
Begins to be green, it's music to me. What do they got? What do they stand? Got a hot crustacean band. Each little clammy know how to champion under the sea. Each little slug you caught in a rock is Subarashi. Each little snail you know how to whale it, that's why it's hotter under the water. Yeah, we're gonna go get down into the monkey of Subarashi.
Oh my god, the chat.
Yeah! I don't know.
The chat's getting into it.
I don't know, I think it needs more, I think it needs a bit more Subarashi.
Yeah, this is definitely not enough. No one's been global yet, so not enough super.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah, people are going in now.
There we go. Now we got action.
Yeah! And now we've got, and now we've got the last two songs, and like, and while they are pretty, like, they're okay, they're just not exactly like right up there with Part of Your World and Subarashi Under the Sea. I still like them in general though, they're really nice. And now we have, after another cutscene or two, I think, yep. Just like before, as I said, for some reason, this world faces Zoro the wrong way. If it's just a cutscene and then you have to talk to another character. And I actually have no idea why. But it is fixed in other versions, and now we've got Under the Sea. No, not Under the Sea. I mean Ursula's Revenge.
Yeah,
And-
you have to make sure Donald gets wrecked, okay?
But Donarudo is a beast in this game.
No, you have to make sure Donald gets wrecked.
Alright. Just for Liquid Wiki.
Liquid Wi-Fi. Waiting for Yob to start reading out when
Yeah, he can go for it.
start singing or something.
No,
Can
no,
we-
no, no. I'm good.
Can we hear your singing voice?
Will Sean.
Someone quickly donate for your singing voice. It should be heavenly.
You're singing.
If someone donates $90 quickly for the puppet show,
Oh, you're
I
handling.
don't know, as I say this, it's a fucking donation.
Oh yeah, what is it for?
Okay.
And how much is it?
$50 from Fiogia. Liquids and Damon's voices sound so beautiful, I just have to donate. Another 50 to make sure they sing more for the KH2 English on Will Try Craigasm.
Don't worry, Theo, we will. We will. Liquid will be joining me. It's my backup singer. No, Donarudo, you requested it. I kind of wish this was the. I kind of wish it was the English Donald because Japanese Donarudo actually goes in. He goes ham. And yeah, that is the Japanese pronunciation of Donald Donarudo. That's impressive. Jetsa. Loyal, darling, strong as the tide, sweet as poopsies, to my side right now. Mommy needs you, smash those stupid fools. Make them rise. not the end, my dears. I swear I've just begun. It's not over until Ursula has won.
Accents, wow.
What the heck? What is Axon's doing?
He doesn't like not having proper England.
Proper England. So he's very. I guess he's just fluent in the English language. He has very good spelling and grammar skills. Wait, what?
Hope's put Binny fun on the stream.
Vinny fun! Yeah! No, I talked the wrong character. And we are at the last song of this. So, has the $90 been met for your singing voice?
Nope.
This is like the
Maybe the next round.
the ultimate version of Donald singing.
Yeah. It has the best singing voice. At the age of new beginnings, land and sea has come together, joined in peace and harmony. Fairy tales and miracles are what we're singing. I'll be a Princess Ariel and Sven. I don't know the rest of that now. Off by heart.
Shout out to Silver for this being his favourite song.
This in particular? I don't know.
Here it comes.
Oh, I said it backwards, whoops. I forgot that.
Damn, I love Donald's singing voice. It's like the best thing ever.
Of course. As the best singing voice ever. And yes, I know I have met the score of 30,000 points. I just like to keep going.
Yeah, some people use this as a bathroom break.
As soon as I get to 30,000, yeah, it's very possible to. Although, considering the gummy mission before this, like, it is a pretty big bathroom break there. I broke 100,000.
This whole world can theoretically be used as a bathroom break, really.
Only in certain places. Then again, that's why this world is a big favourite of mine. Because I don't have to think about RNG or doing certain things to manipulate enemies or anything. I can just sit here, go up to like the people I'm supposed to, talk to them, and then I get a song. It's the best.
It's like the developers having fun.
This world is
Really
meant to
what
be fun.
this world is.
Yeah.
They all
Imagine
got
if I
together,
paused right
had
here
too
too.
much to drink and made Atlantica.
Imagine if I paused right here too. I'd have to replay it. Oh no. Let's see. That's Atlantica complete. We get an extra bit of magic that I can't remember what it was. I think it's... no, it's not Blizzard. Yeah. We got another piece of magic, and it is now complete. So now, the only worlds that are left before the world that never was, is Space Paranoids 2, or the Space Paranoids Revisit, and 100 Acre Wood. Song sucks major
Alright,
fish
so now we
sticks.
get back into the actual
Yeah.
run.
Okay, song time is over. Sorry, we're back to serious business again. Let's change that back to... no, not that. There we go. That. Okay. Alright. And the next world I'm going to is another small break world, which is 100 Acre Wood. First, I've got to do this first fight here. And I should have just gone without the drive, but I don't care.
Yeah, we thought for a while this first fight might be faster to die to, but then we realized how overpowered Sora actually is at this point.
Yeah. So it's just
So it's
easier to
so
like
much easier to
just destroy all the Heartless.
Yeah.
Like do it just regular combat. As you can see there, that was really, really quick. Yeah. So what I used to do was just go straight to Space Paranoids 2 as I was here, after dying, but because we found, because after testing we found that it's just quicker to finish it, just to destroy all the Heartless in the fight, it was quite handy to just go straight to 100 Acre Wood and get all that drive back before we have to go to Space Paranoids 2.
We waste $50 in Atlantica
Atlantica.
away, that's brilliant.
Because Atlantica is the best world ever.
Yeah.
But it's like no one believed me when I say that.
Can that $350 person like change their donation so they donate in Atlantica so they can prove it even more? It's the best world.
Yeah. This minigame is like the gummy missions, it's just another auto-scroller. It's basically showing you what you would do when you come back to this for the journal. Like basically the patterns of the rocks, the trees, all the other stuff where you would get honey, like these honey points, which would add to a score. And of course there are better keyblades I could use for this, but because this is just the first time playing this minigame, there is actually no score for me to get. So it's just on a timer and I'm basically being shown through this minigame really. I think it can be another nice little break if you're just running off to get a quick drink of water, because you can easily just get crew right back even if you get hit. Again, so once you're on here, again, it's fairly simple, just destroy enough stuff and hang off to the right hand side of the screen here. The right hand side of the screen here is where the end of this minigame is, which is where you press the triangle button to get Piglet, really. And he spawns like right around here, so you can end it really, like as long as you hang around that part of the screen and don't get food knocked off the Soria there, you can just spam triangle until he appears, and that just instantly ends the minigame.
Yeah, all the minigames in this world are really easy and they don't really take too long.
Yeah, they're actually pretty short.
I think the longest one's probably the exhibition.
The cave one?
Yeah, that or the honey slider.
Oh yeah, which is coming up right now.
Yeah.
Just in fact, yeah. Again, another auto-scroller to show you where the points are just for the journal revisit for playing a minigame. It's also actually really quite fun. I enjoy this minigame a lot. I especially like how Sora's animated on this and how he slides. Yeah. He just kind of leans himself on the honey pot. And I just personally find it really amusing. Okay, yeah, another minigame like the first one where you just sort of like the gummy ships. You're just going through this. You should. It's showing you do have a limit to how many times you can get hit, or you would lose this minigame. And if crew is knocked off again, just like the first one, you will not be able to collect any of these honey points and get a really high score. Here we have Gopher. Gopher acts as an extra barrier, but he acts as a free hit, while you can still collect points.
Fortunately, you don't need to worry about the points the first time you do the minigames, only if you're doing for the journal.
Yep, every time, for all of these. But it's nice how they sort of take you through it, where everything is. Unfortunately, Gopher does not stack every time you go through a new screen transition. And I hit her up, he's gone. Gopher's the best. Yeah. So unfortunately, Gopher doesn't stick around every time you transition to the next screen or go to another page in this book, which is actually really neat. Like, I like the way they made this. Like how you would go to different pages in the book and it would take you to like different seasons and stuff. There we go, easy. Easy peasy. Did we get another donation?
I love how as you say that I look and I see a donation.
I am a donation predictor
You're
now.
really good at that for some reason.
Amazing.
Okay, we just got a $25 donation from Holiday and Bastion. There is no incentive or comment at all, so... Anyway, but thank you very much for the $25 donation.
Much appreciated. This third one is the Tigger Bounce minigame, and all you have to do to just beat it is just bounce on the balloons 10 times. Or on, yeah, just get like 10 points by bouncing off the balloons. It's pretty straightforward. You don't have to, yeah, there's not much to this one. But I think you can save 1 second by hanging off to the left, where the balloons spawn. That way you can jump on them faster, and you can use either the jump button or the triangle reaction command button to just jump off those balloons. Yeah. I like how ridiculously short that minigame is.
Yeah, it's probably the easiest minigame.
Yeah. It's literally
Or
the
the
shortest
one
one.
where you throw the pot off Prue's head.
Yeah, the last one. You want to explain this cave minigame here?
Sure.
Yeah, the facts about this one?
So, this minigame, in my opinion, is probably the longest one in all of 100 Acre Wood. It requires you to take all of the 100 Acre Wood characters except for,
A few
I
of
think,
them.
Rue, Kanga, and Pooh himself through
No,
the
no,
cave.
you have Rowan here.
Oh, you have Rue? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you take him through the cave and just navigate your way through. Now there's 3 waves of bees that you'll see. One's just coming up here. There is a trick you can do, it's called skip, where you just completely skip the bees, but you can't do that without growth abilities.
In the other categories of this game, like 100%, Jimmy Journal percent, and all that other stuff, you would normally level up all your growth abilities. You would level up your abilities enough to just skip over the triggers that would spawn the bees, while still allowing all the members of this 100 Acre Wood party here to stick with you. And it is actually really important to stay close to them, otherwise you can't reach Pooh here.
More specifically, Eeyore likes to just sort of hang back for some reason.
Yeah, Eon's a bit of a troublemaker, and sometimes Tigger as well. He can hang back if he somehow gets hit by a boulder and you don't notice. Yeah, which is pretty unfortunate. So, yeah.
And then this last mini game
Yeah,
is
and then
Smash
there's the last
Triangle.
There are
It does
there are
surprise.
surprisingly differences in this one, like that I've only recently found out. In this version and in English, there's a high chance you can just mash the triangle button and you can spin Pooh quick enough to only face against a tree and break the pot really, really quickly. But that doesn't always work and it wastes time if you don't get it properly. Yeah, so I just played it safe there. to get more power. However, in
That's
2FM, that stuff is changed. Where if you don't have enough power, you will not be able to get the reaction command
it's
to.
really weird in 2FM.
Yeah,
you
to
need to
pop
have
it
like
off.
specific power and the right angle.
Yeah. I have gone through it and tried, but I have no idea why that happens. But I assume it has something to do like with the changes how they made the reaction commands less mashable. Like you can't mash all the reaction commands as much, such as in Timeless River, where you're using the Airblade technique on window 1 to destroy the Heartless.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm a bit worried about this while I'm collecting Stitch, so I'm gonna put it over.
Yeah, let's chuckle back on the menu before MCP.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that menu there. Yeah. So again, like before, there are skateboards in places you visited, such as the corridors here. Instead of just actually running through it, I can just hop on the skateboard here and go super fast, like Sonic. And I'm already there. Instead of just running through it. And here I will pick up Stitch, and Stitch is highly useful in this particular run. I've tried to rat him out, but it's not as effective than unless you just leave him in. So yeah.
Yeah, because Peter Pan doesn't really work in the fights in Space Paranoids.
Nah, you don't manage to get enough MP orbs out of the Heartless to keep spamming the Magnet finisher combo with Rumbling Rose on, unfortunately. I wish it was different, but I've tried. Yeah, these plays are pretty self-explanatory. So what I'll do here is Magnet, Finisher, Summon Stitch. Magnet works really weird with these purple robot characters here. It'll pull them in, but it will not leave them in the magnet after the first time, which is a bit weird, but it does that with a lot of other enemies as well. And if I didn't have Stitch there, I would have run out of MP before the last wave. So that's why I leave Stitch.
Similar with the Trick Ghosts in Halloween Town. They don't get stuck in the magnet, but they do get drawn in.
So here, I want to not. I have the ability to go into a drive form, but like last time I went through here, I do not want to do so just for the next fight. And not many people notice this their first playthrough, is that there's a skateboard just in front, just before that Heartless wave there that I used. It's very hidden against the floor because of the similar colouring that I used to go to this next fight here. And if I used a drive form to get into this fight, I would be in a little bit of trouble. Because I'd be stuck in a drive form, and I wouldn't be able to use, like, even if I reverted, I wouldn't be able to use, like, any, okay, and Stitch really needs to give me an now. Thank you. So the main point I want to do in this is just to spam Magnet and Explosion to cause the most damage to these purple robots without getting hit, which is always nice. And Stitch keeps my MP refilled.
Devastators in all H versions, all versions of KH2 are really
interesting.
annoying to deal with.
Yeah. Because of that retaliating attack, which just summons electricity. Yeah. And just like with the Final Fantasy fight after Cloud, I have to run to the next area. Otherwise, I would risk losing drive gauges and stuff. Again, it is much different for the last fight either, using Stitch, so I think this would be a good time to plug the stream before I fight MCP.
We actually have 2 donations. So,
Oh, okay, nice. Great.
we got a $10 donation from Patrick, and I'm not going to say your last name because I will butcher that extremely badly. The message is Fight Armor of the Master, also Kingdom Hearts is Light. The next message is a $7.63 donation from Colin Laird, and he says, let's get this to 2K. Put it towards Spike singing Be a Man.
Alright. Alright.
That's brilliant.
That'll be great. Yeah. That'll be really, really awesome to hear. So, yeah. Just like the last 2 fights, these fights are, again, still pretty much the same. Right here. Yeah, but what I like to do is just, to quickly clear the first wave of Heartless here, just do any limit, like Knock Smash, Duck Flare, Comet Rain, whatever. And then when they're all clear, I would just summon Stitch. However, for these next series of waves, he would give me my MP back, which he did in a really quick fashion, which is always good to hear. And I can just spam Magnet and finishes here. Until this last wave of Devastator robots. Oh god.
Yeah, this fight is very defensive. Stitch being really nice, drawing your MP really often.
Yeah.
Like, he's being incredibly kind at the moment.
And there we go, that's great. When I tried this with Peter Pan, I often, again, I ran out of MP orbs, or I died. Which actually did happen. Quite often. And it is a lot slower even with Tinkerbell saving my life. Here we are. I get this chest which has Cosmic Arts in it, and I equip that on top of my other ones, and that gives me... Okay, so I need... That's ability, and I want that.
Make sure you put Tron in your party, by the way.
Okay, yeah. I know where to put that on. That's fine. That's... Okay, yeah. Alright, and take that off. Need to change up my keyblades. This is a very, weird menu for me. Because I don't often get to do it, and that should be it. Yeah, that's all I need. For these new fights, yeah. So the fight coming up is just Sark by himself with the small squadron of the yellow bot Heartlessy, and he's really easy to take care of. So just a quick Trinity here, and he gets pulled in, and he's done. And hopefully he doesn't disappear like that. But he's still caught in the Trinity when he reappears. I destroy him like this.
And Sark is down.
Okay. He's being in trouble. There we go, and Sark is down now. Normally what would happen is the finisher would catch him, or I would use a really quick reaction command to take him out, which also works.
Yeah, Sark can sometimes just be a random troll and teleport wherever he feels like if he wants to.
Yeah. It's a bit weak. But now we come to the main fight here. And the reason why I had to reset all my anti-points here with 2 final forms, the MCP fight, and why Tron is in my party. If Tron is not in your party, you actually cannot damage the MCP. It will tell you, when you try to activate the reaction command, it will tell you you need Tron in your party. I actually don't think I...
Yeah, it's like the exact instead. So pretty much the way this fight works is you need to take out Sark first, and then you need to take down barriers of the MCP off the side.
And they're really easy at beginner difficulty. You just use...
really easy to do.
Yeah, use 2 quick finishes on Valor, and because I've got a second Keyblade that has a reaction boost on it, plus originally equipping reaction boost, I do a ton of damage here.
Yeah, this is why Valor Form is so important on this fight and not getting anti, because you can do so much damage so quickly.
Alright, I want to open that. Make him out really easy once he's in the second phase here, and reaction command. Yeah, this fight is really easy if you have a high enough level of Valor. You can see he's nearly dead already. I just need to open up
Yeah, you get
one.
lucky enough. You get a really fast recycle, but it's very hard to do.
You might be able to make it. Yeah, it's RNG where he decides to stop this. And if you can get to the point you opened up, or the points you opened up, if you're lucky enough, you can get him just before Sark wakes up, or if you're like me and got a real clutch, kill him before you get hit.
Oh my god!
Yeah!
Oh, wow.
Now that is a stylish finish, yo. That is literally a perfect fight. Alright. Has the donation incentive been met for me to fight Sephiroth?
Yes, it has.
Alrighty.
Is it okay if I do a bunch of
Go for it,
like,
man.
stuff?
Yep, go for it.
Okay. Well, we got a donation from Silver. He donated $8, saying, "Love you, Yelf and accents. Put this towards the puppet show." So more puppet show. Plug the stream real quick. This is the Kingdom Hearts Community Marathon. We are raising money to get our KH community members to AGDQ. AGDQ, which stands for Awesome Games Done Quick, is the largest gaming charity marathon, and after around 3 long years of not making it in, KH is finally back in AGDQ. Now that we're back in, we're trying to raise the hype and show the AGDQ organizers that the KH community is growing and very hype, and should definitely be considered a repeat in the future.
Yep.
What am I missing in chat? 1 sec.
Alright. What I'm doing right now is meeting the donation incentive, which was for me to fight Sephiroth during this All-Worlds run. And
Indeed.
as an event, all I'm doing is just traveling to where Sephiroth is. You cannot access Sephiroth until you beat Space Paranoid 2, unfortunately. That's the only requirement, so you have to actually beat most of the worlds to actually access him in all games.
Past people might have seen Sephiroth as a lot of reflex spam and Trinity spam. Yeah, that doesn't work in KH2-J.
Doesn't work as well, really.
Yeah,
it
because
kind of
you
works.
just don't have enough damage.
You don't output enough damage. So this fight is going to be very, very unique. However, we are a bit short on time, aren't we? I've been told. So I'm only going to take 2 attempts to beat him, and if I can't do it, then Sephiroth is considered completely too strong for me, and I should feel ashamed of myself before I go decide to leave. Yeah, feel ashamed of myself. Alright, I've been practicing this too. There, get this first go. One more and he's in the second phase. There we go.
This
Second
whole
phase.
first phase is pretty much just looping him.
Yeah. And I want to keep that loop going, no matter what. However, in the third phase, I'm going to be in a bit of trouble because he likes to spam Infernos, no matter if you're close enough. I have the territory to get a little bit too much on. It's pretty easy to get him in this loop right here. If you get too close here in this phase, he will use these Luno Towers, which can take you out if you're unlucky. There we go. I actually wanted to be in there. There we go. Where's it? Okay. Alright, this is the clutch phase. I'm actually surprised I blocked that. I thought I got hit. Which is my bad. There we go, and he should be done.
Nice work, dude.
Let's go, too! Holy crap! I screwed this up a lot when I was in practice. Oh crap. And he's done. Oh!
I heard oh crap and I kinda got worried.
I didn't hit him. I didn't hit him. But I did it. Yeah. It's pretty simple, like just looping him, but it's infinitely more difficult because I don't have extra growth abilities like aerial dodge to support me, and I only wasted 3 ethers there, which is actually really okay because this is all worlds and I'll get extra ethers by the end. Yeah. So there you go, everyone. Sephiroth is dead first try. I showed off the power of Trinity and Reflect, both like solid Trinity and Reflect, and you can see how much of a disadvantage I am at this fight, like during the fight. And I still managed to beat him. So yeah.
Very nicely done, dude. Well done.
Yeah. And now on to the rest of the game. I have the wrong Keyblade equipped too. Alright. And there we go. Keyblade I just equipped there is Monochrome, and as Liquid stated earlier, Monochrome is a highly useful Keyblade which has the ability Item Boost, and stacked on top of the support ability Item Boost itself that Sora already has on, that I've equipped, it allows Ethers to like almost act like elixirs in refilling your MP from the charging state, from the MP recharge state. Because I've gone to so many extra worlds, my MP bar is like ridiculously big now. I've got a lot more MP to play with. I need to find out why that happens. Alright, and I've got 19 spare. I've got 21 ethers to play around with, yeah. And now, because I've got so much extra MP, and because of Monochrome's extra item boost, which that ability boosts the effectiveness of any item you use on yourself or party members, it will almost completely recharge my MP as soon as I use Trinity, which is always nice. Yeah. And here we go with Sigma. Do you know the J strat for this, Liquid?
No, I don't.
Well, the J strat for this, like, it used to be we would walk in with rumbling rows, and then pop an ether, go through the DM, because like, we've done enough damage where Zigba goes into like instant DM phase here. Wait for our like and just survive the DM until the DM stops. Basically, but Riz, the current world record holder for KH2-J 80%, found better strats of just equipping monochrome right at the start here, because of its extra item boost ability, which helps us recharge our MP even faster. So we can start our Trinity during the DM. And if you use something like Duck Flare, like Duck Flare and Donald's Mega Duck Flare during the DM while he's slightly invincible, like right at the end there, you have it's a high chance he will stagger himself, and I'm going to use... I get to fly. Yeah. You will use... Yeah. Riz strats. Yeah. Yeah, like you will technically stagger him with all the damage and he'll stick in place, which allows us to get the finishing hit for Trinity, no matter how many hits are missed while he's invincible during the Desperation move or the limit phase, really. Every boss's and or enemy's limit phase. Which is really, really handy. And saves a bunch of time chasing him around the room. Which is always good. You want to explain Luxord here? It's practically the same. Because you're by yourself.
So basically, the way that Luxord works is there's 2 time gauges, and the time gauge is sort of an indication of his health. And really, the strat for Luxord is spam Solo Trinity.
Because
that's really all there is to it.
but I do significantly less damage because I'm in J, so I have to make up for it with extra combos. And because it's all world,
skipping the J or English. Well, there is, but it doesn't save any time.
Here. And if this was English or even 2FM, my Trinity Break would kill the cards while I'm doing the Trinity. Oh crap, he's already in card phase. How the hell? Okay, whatever. It works. Yeah. So the strategy is basically stand Trinity. And the only real strong part about J Solo Trinity is... Oh, what?
Nice interesting thing about this fight, right? You notice when he goes into like a different amount of cards, like...
Oh god, I'm bad.
He'll go like 3, 5, and then... What is it? 8 or something?
Something like that.
You can actually flip the cards before they go into the ground instead of waiting for them to come back up out of the ground again. It saves actually quite a bit of time, I think.
However, I failed
like 15 seconds.
doing that because I'm pretty bad. And for some reason, like I did manage to get a card off, but he was already going into the ground at that point. There we go. Shit. I like the word locks during this. Alright, sorry. I'm not confident in 1 cycle. Done. Yeah. So that fight is basically really straightforward. Normally by the end of this fight in particular, you get another small MP boost in English and Japanese, which, paired with monochrome, literally allows ethers to act as elixirs. So you can get your MP back straight away. No waiting required.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is
except
why
for the item,
is
yeah.
so valuable, especially towards endgame, because it allows you to get so many good limits off really quickly.
Especially with 2 stacked item boosts.
Yeah.
And Saiyanz, well,
Limit's incredibly overpowered.
Saiyanz is a really easy fight.
Solo Trinity.
It's actually extremely hard to one-shot Saiyanz. You need a ridiculous amount of Trinity hits.
Arena.
Yeah. Even if you knock him out of it. You'd need upwards of like 700, like nearly 700, yeah, basically 700 Trinity hits, and him to be close enough to one-shot Saiyanz here. But that is considered either extremely lucky or has levels, for this game in particular, or impossible.
Bruce told me about 700 hits, so...
Yeah. Yeah, we're told it's about 700 hits. Alright. And so that's Saiyanz done, and he is even easier in this version of the game because of the Trinity glitch than he is in English or Final Mix. As long as you don't mess up.
Now this next fight is really weird on 2J.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust some stuff around now. That's...
Yeah.
No. Okay, now I need to get rid of some stuff. I don't need that anymore, so I can put on that. And items. No, I'm really bad at these menus. I'm doing alternate strats. Well, an 80% run would just leave the party as normal and not swap Donald out, because you can just use Wisdom Form and Quick Run, and it's just as quick as using Valor Form. Quick Run level 1 is, I believe, is slightly slower than if you just use Valor to run all the way in this version, surprisingly.
Yeah, it's about the exact same in English, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's slightly slower in J.
Yeah, but it'd be much quicker in 2FM because you can get more of them off, I believe. Yeah.
So, about the weird glitch that can happen in this fight.
Yeah, you can... Would you like to explain that? This weird glitch, and if it actually doesn't happen, I was gonna have to waste an elixir.
So, no one knows why this happens, but right at the start when Xemnas does the Neo attack, it can drain your HP to 1. No one knows what causes it.
And it didn't happen.
It just happens.
And it didn't happen, yeah.
Luckily,
It drains your hit points straight to 1. No idea why it happens. It's like this random glitch in the fight here.
It's
But
just
they,
so weird.
but they fixed it in every other version of the game. Thank God. Like, I know for a fact, Riz does not like this fight because of it.
Yeah, there's a highlight.
A lot of us consider, yeah. And the reason I put guard break on is to get an easier finisher on Xemnas run here. If I used explosion, he would go away too much, and it is very easy for him to just do that, because this fight works really, really damn weird.
Yeah, when you use explosion, every hit from explosion adds to revenge value, so just one finish will make him teleport.
Yeah. An explosion adds more points to the revenge value than guard break would.
Yeah, guard breaks is one hit, so it only adds like I think it's 3 for a finisher.
He could also do this spinning attack here, and if this was English or 2FM, he would take a significant amount of damage just from that. Just from like those last hits there. Yeah. He would really take a significant amount of damage, but because 2J's reflex do next to chip damage, he doesn't take as much. Okay, no DM again. Yeah. Another thing that can happen if something goes wrong and you don't trigger his retaliation attack from revenge values, is that he can like immediately DM you if his hit points are low enough because of HP barriers, and that really sucks. And now we're just on to the final parts of the game. So any other plugs?
Yeah, I think this is a good time to say, you know, screw skyscrapers.
Bloody buildings. I mean, buildings, sorry. Whoops. And just like English, it's still largely the same. Again, if maybe slightly faster on certain fights because of Trinity. So what I'm doing here is taking Riku out of the party while I have Magnus going, and it's easier just to have Magnus going because Magnet will suck in all the surrounding Heartless here, and that will damage the inner core there.
Yeah,
and that's how you normally use the fights.
The reason he's switching in Donald for Riku is so he can use the Trinity glitch on the core.
Okay, it's still largely the same. Master Ball, summon to Magnet, and just sit around for a while.
This version of the game also has the Master Ball glitch.
Yep. Until you have to use Stun Dodge, which is the reaction command that allows you to immediately dodge any of the giant laser fire. And what you can do there is the Master Ball glitch, which as long as you have some magic, as long as you have magic going at any point, you can just. Oh god, that wasn't good. Oh well. Yeah. And what? You want to explain that while I do these?
Alright, so basically the way the Master Ball glitch works is if you have a magnet going and you have a lot of enemies getting sucked into it, if it comes from Master and then you revert, your party enemies don't respawn. And for some reason, that re-triggers the drive to refill insanely quickly. So if we use that on the core, it always damages the core.
As long as Sora is by himself. As long as there are a bunch of enemies here.
Yeah, as long as Sora remains
and we
by
take,
himself.
and I take complete advantage of that. So I can just immediately blast it with Trinity.
Yeah, that's the reason why
really quickly. Yep. Yeah. And there is a chicken little, yeah.
Here so we can
Not, I can tell, not many people, like while the enemies are getting sucked up into the tank and refilling the drive, not many people tend to attack the enemies while it's free hits. Like, but since I found out like you can just do that and it won't affect anything, yeah. I found there's like extra 3 damage to speed stuff up. Oh yes, I'm actually close enough. What normally tends to happen there is when you land the Trinity break there, which is used to get close enough to Zemna's Mahi, sometimes you are shifted slightly further forward and he's out of the range of the Trinity. I think it's because you're getting pushed as you, just as you're landing at the same time as the final, that spear attack is coming at you. So like it has some mass.
Push you out of the way.
Yeah.
So this next fight sort of just slows down the momentum here in this run.
It's still pretty much the same as it would be in English. And unfortunately, I can't speed this up like I would in Final Mix because, unlike the other enemies in this game that have less hit points, Dragon's in this here does not have less hit points. He has the exact same as he would in English.
Yeah, Dragon's Zemnis is identical to the one in English, so.
Yep. Getting close to the end of the game.
Also, shoutouts to hitting 2K in the second day.
Yeah, shoutouts to 2K. Never thought it would happen in, like, the second day. But it'll take us way longer than that.
Yeah.
It's showed how hype these games are. Which is really nice.
This will probably be a good time if there's any donations, wouldn't it?
There is no donations at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Largely all we want to do is just damage the cores until, as quickly as possible to get through this section until the end. I think there is some small frame drop on this particular part of the core here because of how much is going on. Like, you're attacking enemies, they're attacking. Some of them are spawning another way, they're attacking you and stuff. But it's really minor and you wouldn't notice it as much. But it is slightly there. As well as in every version of the game, there's always a small frame drop in the last going mission, which is Assault on Dreadnought.
Yeah.
Because there's so much happening on screen.
Way too much for the PS2 to handle, so it just drops.
Yeah, it drops slightly. It's possible to hit those missiles that Dragon's Embassy summons, and you can actually get a full combo off of them if you time it right. And I've done it quite often. It's actually very amusing to do so.
So will Magic Lock-On be a thing in this run?
Sort of. Because of, like, Solid Trinity's damage output, it's kind of debatable whether we'll save time by using the Magic Lock-On strats, and I actually hope I put on the right ability. I should have. What Magic Lock-On does is it when you use magic, it immediately targets the enemy closest to you, and because Armazemnis 2 here is the closest enemy in this fight. No matter where you are, it will always target him if you use like magic like a thunder or something. And that opens up possibilities for us to immediately use a Trinity to teleport straight to him. But unlike English, because of Solid Trinity's damage output in this game, it's just like it's just faster to glide to him and like just glide to him and do regular damage that way.
Yeah, you'll see.
Unfortunately,
magic lock-on strats being used in White's run. It's coming up next.
Okay. Another odd thing about this version of the game is that Sora's glide, he doesn't glide straight in this version of the game.
Yeah, it's really
It's a bit of a it's a bit of a mystery as to why that is. But I have a theory as, like, while I was in final form, as you can see, I was gliding around. And you can see, like, normally when you're in final form, your Keyblades will spin and do damage to any enemies in front of you. And, like, that does damage. Normally, in every other version of the game, which is, like, English and 2FM, the Keyblades will be separate on each side and will just spin right in front of Sora's face. In this version, the Keyblades will sort of spin together by their handles, like just to the left or the right of Sora, depending on which direction you go. I didn't do it. No magic lock on strats because I had no input last time. I don't know how that worked, but it did.
What was that?
Possession, because I forgot it was already on Trinity.
How did that lock onto him?
Oh no, Riku was attacking him.
I have no idea.
That's actually hilarious, but yeah, that's the only theory I can think of for why Sora can't glide straight. It's because of Final Form, the way the Keyblades will spin to attack. They will only attack on either side, but because of the other the version of the game that was released to the rest of the world, they decided to fix that, which is actually nice. It makes the animation look a lot cleaner. Let's not use session just yet. You want to explain what goes on here, Liquid?
Sure. Basically, at the start of this fight, you reflect immediately to be able to avoid this small animation that happens, where he throws you up into the air. Then with specifically timed reflects, get a good chunk of his health out. Unfortunately, it's not quite as much on J because reflect doesn't do anywhere near as much damage, so you have to sort of compensate for that with aerial combos.
Yeah.
And then once you get to a specific part of his health, he'll start going into his laser phase, and I believe it's impossible to laser skip on Final Lemnis.
Yeah, it's like next to impossible, just extremely hard to do so.
Yeah.
This fight again was much it's still extremely quick compared to the English and Japanese ones because of how much damage you actually output. Okay, good.
Yeah, it's hard to do this fight fast without any form of really effective limit.
I have to depend on Trinity and, in a pinch, Riku session.
Yeah, Riku session unfortunately doesn't do that much damage, so...
It does enough for KH2-J, which is why we leave it on.
Yeah.
Deku skip.
You can do it.
And done. Alright. I think we should get ready for the time.
Yeah, just a reminder that you have to say out time so that helps and stuff.
What do you think? Which style should I go for? I like the hard runs and stuff. Session? Alright, Trinity's pretty high. So is Blizzard and Fire.
I don't see stations very often.
Alright, fine. Gotta get to add my own flair to it.
Okay, deal.
Yeah. Game's not over until laser phase is done. Get ready with that timer.
Damn, 500
What he done?
people here, that's pretty insane.
Yeah. Alright, time to add some of my own flair to this. With the session finished. Time. Oh, that was time. And added my own flair with Magnet and Session. Ooh, and what is this in the chat? What's my time?
5:30:55.
But, are you serious?
Yeah,
Yep.
new PB.
That's actually world record. That is legit world record with beating Sephiroth in the run. And it's world record. Amazing!
Well,
それ以上言うな終われないんだ